That's it?
They may close tomorrow because it may be too cold
Really?
to be open. Yeah.
Usually it's like storms and stuff that shuts them down way before cold does.
So
Those
like,
Brits don't give a damn.
like I understand that summer has the stereotype summer loving, right?
Yeah.
Grease, right?
Yeah.
All of that.
well, you're wearing less clothes.
That'd be a blast.
Yeah, I just don't know.
You're off from school.
I don't know if it counts though in Florida. Florida summer loving is
Yeah.
bad.
Sticky.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
no,
it's God almighty.
Yeah,
It's
no, you're sticking together.
Yeah, you're making out with the Everglades.
Oh.
Come on.
I'm just Florida summer loving is not,
It's
I
tough.
think, the top one.
No.
That's tough. Yeah, that's an immediate shower afterwards.
Summer loving. That would be more like up north, I would think.
I like fall better, buddy, because I mean,
That's
fall
my
when it starts
favorite.
getting cold, you get the cuddle action, and when you're cuddling, things happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, things happen. Then,
like-
then all of a sudden, it's not cuddling.
It's like Dune. Someone's
Yeah.
banging on the sand.
Yeah.
And a worm is being, I
Okay,
get it.
I get it. Yeah. All right. 407 916
Yeah,
1041. Text us at 77031. Went up to play my golf tournament. Did not play very well the first day.
Good prediction, Ross.
Played okay the second day and played pretty good on the last day. So got progressively better, which is always a plus. Had a great time. It's always fun. If you ever want a great challenge, if you're out there and you think you're a pretty good player, I suggest highly to play the Azalea Amateur in Palaca, Florida, and watch them shave those greens. It's the hardest 9 holes of golf you will ever play without a par 4 that's over 400 yards, without question. Watch some of the best amateurs in all of Florida. Watch
Okay, there's a word I understand.
some of the best college golfers in all in the state, and all up the East Coast come over here to play this golf tournament. And it's a 5,800-yard golf course. And for people who do not know, that's remarkably short. The pros play golf courses that are 7,500 yards long. Your average golf course from the white tees is 63 or 400 yards long. So this is considerably less than most golf courses, and most people believe the shorter the golf course, the easier. I'll put this first 9 holes of this Palaca Golf Club against any 9 holes of golf in the state of Florida.
Oh,
and I don't,
come on.
And I don't care where you say it is.
I don't
care.
even play golf.
I
I,
don't-
know that's a bunch of bunk.
I don't care what you say. When they shave these greens, it is almost unplayable. Matter of fact, on Saturday, a number of players I play with over and over said it was the most penal they had ever played the golf course. And if I could putt, man, I could play. Because Tita Green, I hit it great. You just can't putt, dude. When you get on those greens, it boggles your mind. Just things happen that shouldn't happen. Donald Ross design, great track, a lot of fun. Andy's the head pro, one of the best hosts you could ever ask for. Bunch of guys that start coming up from like Punta Gorda in Miami have been coming up there for years. I've been kind of adopted by the Punta Gorda crowd. There's like 13 of those guys, and they get loose. It's a lot of fun.
I'll never understand why they named an entire city Punta Gorda. I'll never
Fat
get-
point.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've heard.
Punta
Let's just say I've heard Punta used differently.
Well, that's a different word.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Yeah. A different vowel.
Watch yourself.
Yeah.
That
Careful.
word sticks to landing
Yeah.
differently.
Anyway, had a good time. Did you guys have a good time on Thursday and Friday with me gone? Anything crazy?
Best.
Anything crazy?
We cut rugs. We smoked drugs.
All right, very
Crazy
good.
note, Scott Maxwell joined us on Thursday
Yeah.
when you both were out, Deb and I and
Yeah.
Scott. We had a great time. And
Yeah.
then that night went to see Tom Segura at the Kia Center.
Oh, that's what I wanted to ask. You know who texted me in the middle of nowhere? Like I was playing golf and Laura Diaz texted me from Tampa. Remember her from XO 106.7?
I do.
She goes, "Hey, it's Diaz. I'm going to see Tom Segura tonight. Was it any good?" And I said, "Did not go. You'll have to text Jack." Was it fun?
It was.
Absolutely.
Man, that's sweet.
And
That's the way to go.
Is there a better way to do it?
No.
Were the
Great.
listeners cool?
The listeners
Oh,
were
so cool.
extremely cool.
Were they really?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
again, it's a coin flip.
Yep.
No,
Did you
we
get
had
a-
a good time.
You get a couple, there's just people get out there that kind of get in an environment like that, have a couple beers to relax. Next thing you know, they've had 9.
No.
There's always me to take the
Yeah,
pressure
right.
off
Yeah,
for 'em.
no, we had 5 listeners who won throughout the week and their guests. And then, let's see, Alejandro from Roomba
was
joined
nice.
us. And
his
also,
wife, yeah.
Candace Rich
Yeah, that's nice.
from Rich Tips. And,
Scott Maxwell
Allie
and his
and
beautiful wife.
Nice.
Scott and Cindy were there. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a lot
And he
of
was
fun.
he was funny.
Scott,
Yeah.
no,
It was Segura. Was funny.
moderately.
What did you have the same experience with him that you had with Nate? As far as was it in the round kind of same
It
scenario?
was not. It was an end stage setup, which is how Kreischer did it when he did the Kia Center.
Right.
It was Amway at the time. So it was end stage. It was not sold out. So anyone like in the upper decks, they moved down to kind of get everyone a little more closely packed. 2 openers. they got better as the night went on. First guy was okay. Second guy I thought was good, and Tom did great.
Do you remember the first two guys' names by any chance?
Kirk Fox.
Kirk Fox was the second guy.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's has a lot of TV credits to his name.
Nice.
Parks and Rec.
Yeah.
I wasn't familiar with him, but I liked his set.
Yeah, now let me ask you a question. When we talked to Tom Segura, by the way, you can see that or hear that podcast at JimColbertLive.com. We did about a 20-minute interview with Tom and
Under the Goods.
Under the Goods, that's right. So as we were talking about it, we talked about playing in a room that big. And that, that's kind of the thing now where comics, because the social media push is so great that you can get the word out and constantly, bombard your audience with content, which is great, right? So where was the crowd? Would you say it was 3/4? Was it half?
I'd say
should that show have been in the arena?
No, it was. What arena?
He was a Kia. Was he a Kia?
No, it was the Kia Center.
Yeah. Should it have been in an arena?
Should it have been there?
Yes,
because I believe. Talking to a bartender who was there that night, said that the crowd was just under 12,000.
Oh, good Lord.
But that is bigger than any other venue that you have right now because I think the next one down would be the Addition, where UCF men's basketball plays. That holds 9,000.
Yeah. It's something. Yeah. You would have to have it there because
so it had to be
12,000 people is still an incredible crowd for. For a comic.
And
any comic, really, to be honest with you.
When you bring them, in, it looked filled, but, I guess the opener wasn't getting the reaction he wanted, so he talked a little bit about how tough it was, how tough the audience was, or...
Yeah.
Making that connection. Of course, Ross is a stand-up. He can tell you that more than anybody. That's why a lot of the comics like low ceilings. They like a certain feel where they feel like they can control the crowd a little bit more. When you're out there in that open-air stadium, I think you feel maybe a little bit more vulnerable.
I have done big rooms. I've done small rooms. And honestly, the last show, the show that I unfortunately couldn't make it to the Tom Segura show because of, that was like a restaurant, a little private restaurant that they shut down, and everyone had bar stools. It was out in Flagler, and it was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And I would say doing comedy in that room was more fun for me than doing the Peabody.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I would think, like Tom said, he goes, he basically talked about the energy of the room that big. Like if you're in a room and you get them going pretty quick and they're into it, they like the podcast, they like what you're doing, and you kind of get them going, there's nothing in the world like it because that energy can kind of almost take you up. But I would think that would work the exact opposite way if you can't get the crowd on your side or maybe you just don't hit pretty quick,
So it's kind of a stereotype where, comedians always pay attention to the one person who's not having a fun time.
Right.
Everyone's having a great time.
Except
Everyone's
for that one
laughing.
guy, right.
But except that one guy.
With his arms crossed.
With his arms crossed with the sunglasses. Why are you wearing sunglasses on top of your head? So it's always distracting. At least for me, if I can already tell you, if I'm performing in a arena, I am going to be seeing people leaving because you're talking about 15,000 people.
People got babysitters
at all times.
Right. Yeah.
Well, but at all times, if you're the opening comedian, people are still walking in. If you're the second comedian, people are still walking in, and now there's another group of people who are leaving. So, and there's so many people you wouldn't be able to call that out.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to call out virtually any elephant in the room because the room is the elephant.
Right, exactly. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Want to know how you celebrated your St. Patrick's Day? I have the worst sandwich in the world. I figured that out as well. We'll talk a little bit about Just Okay because I know that Ross and Jack were there as well. And Jack saw a couple movies we can talk about this weekend, plus a bunch of other stuff as well. Debbie, you got some news for us?
Yeah, I do. United Airlines CEO reassures customers about safety. I can't imagine why. What's going on out there? This marks the first March Madness. Floridians can legally bet on basketball games. Wow. And a man is accidentally shot by a hunter after being mistaken for a turkey. We'll talk about that and more coming up next in Woke News.
You got it. 407-916-1041. That's how you call us. Text us easily at 77031. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show and Deb's News. We'll do that right after this.
If you're going to give up your personal information to a giant, merciless corporation, might as well listen to something good. So tell Alexa to play Real Radio 104.1 on iHeartRadio.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Traffic heavy on I-4 this afternoon, east and westbound for those traveling between the Beach Line and 535, as well as between US 27 and the 429. Accident activity reported on Sand Lake Road between Weingard Road and Orange Avenue. Looking at a crash northbound on the 429, partially blocking the right lane near the Florida Turnpike exit. If you see traffic problems today, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Blue Stream Fiber.
HOA and condo board members, it pays to have fiber. Let Blue Stream Fiber show you how fiber internet provides revenue for communities while saving up to 50% off retail rates. Visit bluestreamfiber.com/radio to find out more.
And if you live in a house and you have everything perfect, right? The flooring is great. You painted it last year. Your landscaping is awesome. All the furniture matches. It's all perfect except that guest bathroom. That thing's a nightmare, and you've been fighting yourself over and over to begin the removal and replacement and remodel of that bathroom. And here's the problem. Every time you talk to your friends and your family, all they're telling you is don't. It's going to cost a fortune. They're going to be in and out of your house for months. It's going to be a misery. Not the case with Rebath of Mid-Florida. They are awesome at this because this is all they do. This is a father and son business. Dave and Josh Denbauer have been doing it in town for 10, 12 years and been doing an amazing job. Google them, please. They beg you to do that. Look at all those 5-star reviews. Look at what people are saying. What I got for my money was amazing, transforming the entire feel of my entire home. And by the way, if you're worried about integrity, which you should be in the construction world because it gets a little shaky sometimes, know this. The 2 big box stores that deal with DIY stuff, the blue and the orange, Rebath installs their bathrooms for them. So if they can trust them, you can certainly trust them. Drop by the showroom, 436 up in Altamont, right across from Kobe. That's where you can see everything they have to offer. There's some models set up. That's just to show you what the products look like. Let Rebath get with their design team and your ideas and design the bathroom you're going to love for years. They'll do it in 4 to 6 days. They'll do it with their employees. They'll give you a lifetime guarantee on the products and the install. Log on today, check out the before and afters, then book your appointment. It's Rebath, midfla.com.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Want to win a free motorcycle? I'm Orlando attorney Mo DeWitt, and I'm giving away a free motorcycle valued up to $20,000. All you have to do is go to bikerswinorlando.com. That's bikerswinorlando.com. Enter today at bikerswinorlando.com.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Get ready for a toll-free hotline. Take advantage of new IRS tax forgiveness programs that may protect you from IRS collection agencies. They have the power to garnish your wages, put liens on your property, and levy your bank account. Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
Just call 800-506-5803. 800-506-5803. Don't wait. Call now. 800-506-5803. 800-506-5803.
O'Reilly. Stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Orlando on Curry Ford Road next to Winn-Dixie. Now through March 26th for the grand opening sale. Right now, spend $20 on select Armor All car care products and get $5 back after rebate. Plus, get 3 times O Rewards points on select Seafoam products, which means you can reach your next $5 reward even faster. Visit your new O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert, and I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free. explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What's up? I'm tired of feeling so bloated.
That used to be me. Then I got this.
Align Bloating Relief plus food digestion. A probiotic, right?
Yeah, it works naturally with your gut to help soothe occasional bloating and gas. Plus, it has vitamin B12 to aid digestion by helping convert food to cellular energy. 2 benefits, 1 capsule.
Align Bloating Relief plus food digestion from the #1 doctor-recommended probiotic brand. Get $5 off at alignprobiotics.com.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E.
NFL Total Access, the podcast, is getting you ready for the NFL Draft. I'm your host, Andrew Levy, and I'll be delivering 2 shows a week to make sure you're caught up on the latest NFL news, every free agency move, and how it changes the draft needs of your NFL team. Draft experts, talent scouts, mock drafts, and shock drafts too. NFL Total Access, the podcast, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G business.
For all your windows and doors, go to FASWD.com. That's FASWD.com.
Hey, so apparently Facebook is still a thing. Search gym members and join our group.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. You can always text our show at 77031. Want to leave a talk back? You can do that as well. Will not cost you a dime. Just download the iHeartRadio app. Go to Real Radio. Once you get it, use that little microphone and send it on down the line. We will play them a faux show. We like it. Welcome back. I am Jim. Jack and Ross are right over there. Let's get a check of the news. Here is Deb.
And now it's time for Woke News.
I did you a favor by not commenting on that.
On the Jim Colbert Show.
Yeah, you did. I didn't think about that. Thank you very much, Jimmy. I appreciate it.
No problem.
All right. Woke News is brought to you by that mortgage guy, Don. The head of United Airlines is trying to reassure customers after a number of recent incidents has raised concerns about safety. In a letter sent to customers today, CEO Scott Kirby said the company is reviewing each case to help inform the airline safety training and procedures. Now, on Friday, a United-operated Boeing plane was found to be missing an external panel when it landed in Oregon. This came after other incidents involving Boeing planes, involving one that rolled onto the grass in Houston and another that lost a tire after taking off from San Francisco. Kirby said last week that United is pausing orders for Boeing MAX 10 aircrafts and deciding whether to switch to Airbus, Boeing's rival.
Wow.
Because again, Boeing has 61% of all of the planes that are in the air are Boeing jets.
Wow.
Yes, an American company.
Yeah, and
Airbus, not.
No,
Yeah.
it's a French company.
Yep.
And it's interesting. You Google now how to switch, and the first thing that comes up is how do you switch? Like, how do you ask your airline to switch the plane that you're going to be flying on?
Right.
A lot of people just not feeling real comfortable. All right, craft retailer JOANN is filing for bankruptcy. The 81-year-old Ohio-based company announced it filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection after securing $132 million in new funding. JOANN has about 850 stores across the country, including 4 here in Central Florida, which all will remain open. After seeing an uptick in business while people stayed home during the pandemic, JOANN has struggled for sales as consumers start to cut their spending. JOANN will become privately owned as soon as next month after being listed from the NASDAQ.
Wow, really?
Yeah. It's crazy, right?
Wow,
it's one of
it
those
is.
stores
Yeah,
that
such a change of times. I mean,
I
but
know.
who sews their own clothes anymore? Who does that? I mean, I don't.
Is the name Joanne's Fabrics? Or
It's just Joanne.
It's
Fabric,
just
yeah.
Joanne.
Joanne
yeah,
Fabric,
because they're trying to also get that crafting crowd, not just the sewing crowd, but those who do crafts.
And there's other people in that space now too, so it's kind of difficult, when you have like Hobby Lobby and Michaels and other places in those spaces that also have fabrics and stuff. And again, how many people still make stuff like that, or you sew a bunch? It used to be a thing.
I've always enjoyed the font.
Oh yeah, not
the
bad.
font of Joanne.
Yeah.
I really like that J.
My mom used to make our clothes.
Yeah, my grandmother used to do it as well.
Yeah, she used to make our
Mine
winter
too.
coats too.
Yeah. For my older sisters, that was it. It
That
was
was
all
it.
clothes that she made.
But right now, you can buy 35-year-old sewing machines in perfect condition for nothing at garage sales, because people, when they inherit them or they get them, they're just selling them. They don't know what to do with them.
I have one. It's my mom's. I know it needs to be tuned up. I guess you're supposed to do that all the time. But I actually think I want to take a sewing class.
I
think it would be
would.
badass, dude. Let me tell you, I'm not above that either.
Sewing for Dummies is a really good book. That helped me a lot.
Is it?
It really,
Dude,
really did. I made a pillow with buttons, and I made the button holes. I made the shanks for the buttons themselves. I mean, it taught me a lot.
We had home ec in middle school. So I had a sewing class in the late 70s. That was the last time.
Yeah, that's the same. I think that's probably most men's experience with sewing altogether.
I'm sure, but it's such a good skill to have.
Yeah.
All right, this is a story I've been following. The bank card of a missing Mizzou student has been found along the Cumberland River in Nashville. Police there say Riley Strain's bank card was found Friday by two local women who've taken the initiative to join in the search for the missing 22-year-old. He's been missing for more than a week since he was asked to leave a downtown bar, and there's surveillance video of him literally falling down on the sidewalks. The family's reportedly set to meet with police today to review more video footage.
Wow.
But so far, that's the only sign they have of him. Went to Nashville with his frat, have a good time. He was asked to leave and hasn't been seen since. All right, primary elections will get underway here in Florida tomorrow. Voters will be able to cast their ballots for the tentative Republican presidential nominee, former President Donald Trump. People in some parts of the state will also get to vote in municipal races. Nearly 800,000 registered voters in the Sunshine State have participated in early voting or submitted mail-in ballots as of today. Polls will be open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. tomorrow. Meanwhile, a Jacksonville panel is calling on Governor DeSantis to veto an ethics bill currently on his desk. The Jacksonville Ethics Commission sent a letter to DeSantis late last week saying the legislation would undermine the investigation process of all ethics boards statewide. So the measure would require anyone filing an ethics complaint to have to identify themselves and then have personal knowledge of the alleged offense, despite it being supported by substantial evidence. Now, First Coast News reports that the commission believes this will have a chilling effect on people who have information about government corruption.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have to identify yourself.
Right.
So at least 9 other state organizations have openly expressed their concerns about this bill.
This is on the heels of isn't this the same kind of legislation they wanted to be able to, like, everybody would have to register? You wouldn't be able to post anonymously on social? Wasn't that pitched earlier this year or last year as well? From this administration? Nobody remembers that?
It sounds familiar.
I remember it being discussed. I don't remember who.
I think it was just journalists. Remember that? You remember
right.
that? In other words, if you wrote a story about a politician, they wanted you to reveal yourself. You could not post anonymously about politics. Yeah. That was
We've been posting anonymously forever.
Yeah.
How many quotes do we give anonymous?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
A whole bunch.
We've been getting a lot of words from anonymous for a very long time.
He's dumb, too.
Well, closer to home, some voters in Orange County will decide tomorrow if their city will get a new library. Maitland voters are being asked to pay for a new library in Quinn Strong Park. It would cost over $18.5 million, but the city has already set aside $5 million for the project. Voters are being asked to approve public bond financing for the rest. Plans call for a 2-story, 20,000 square foot building to replace the current building that's over 100 years old. Apparently, you can't even get good internet in there.
It is terrible. And look, I love Maitland, but where this library is, it's really difficult to get into. It's difficult to find.
Right.
It really is just, they put it in a building that worked, and it really does need a new one. So I would be all for this. I mean, and by the way, these libraries are becoming more and more and more of a resource of families who are financially bound to the point where they can't get out and entertain themselves in the real world. They use the library as a great resource. Hell, Jack did it with his family for many, many years.
My mom did it with us. That was our weekend entertainment. And now when you can get movies, you can get music.
That's right. I'm about that life.
Yeah, exactly. They've got
3D
computers
printers
for STEM. They've got rooms, podcasting rooms.
Yep.
Brian Stewart is chairman of a group called Vote for Maitland's Library, and he says the current building, like you just said, Jimmy, it's just too cramped. He also tells Spectrum News 13 the project will cost the average homeowner about $10 a month and provide an immediate return on investment.
There you go.
All right, Florida's chief financial officer is not immune to skyrocketing property insurance rates. In a guest editorial for the Florida Daily, Jimmy Petronas says his premiums have gone up 50%.
Okay.
Petronas blames the higher rates on Florida's vulnerability to storms and excessive litigation in the insurance market.
One of us.
He notes Florida held 2 special legislative sessions to pass reforms, and the state worked to help policyholders by funding the My Safe Florida Home Grant program.
Yeah. Does that ever affect you guys when somebody like this, they say, hey, this affects me too? Does that really work on anybody else?
Not when they're using it to defend themselves to us.
Right.
I like when it happens to them and then they get off their ass and start doing something about it.
Yeah, I never had anybody, and this is not a partisan. This is a partisan thing. It doesn't matter what party it is. Anybody that complains about well, this affects me too. I do not care, friend.
Because if you remember during the pandemic, it was they weren't doing anything about the unemployment portal that was always down. People couldn't get their benefits
One that paid like $40 million to build.
Until Gruber's mom,
a mother of one of the
couldn't get her unemployment, and then all of a sudden they're raising all kinds of hell in Tallahassee.
That's why I wish everyone in government, whether it's state or federal, they had the same insurance, health insurance, the kind that we have to deal with, that high deductible health care. You have to hit you have to stay out, get on the phone for an hour at a time to get through people. Let them deal with that, and then let's see some things change in that industry.
Our dental insurance is so bad. When you go to the dentist afterwards, they usually give you that little thing of little tube of toothpaste and the brush.
Yeah.
When they look at my insurance, they hold that back. They hold that back. We're going to keep this, buddy. Your insurance doesn't cover this $7, $6.
I go tomorrow.
To answer your question, though, of how I feel about that exactly, I'm not the biggest fan of it, because when a politician's like, guys, this new rule sucks for me too, I'm like, you're the guy. You're the politician. You're kind of responsible for some of this.
Yeah.
The first 4 of March Madness gets underway tomorrow, marking the first time Floridians can legally bet on NCAA games. And I'm sure not a single Floridian has ever bet before today.
And I have to tell you something else. I haven't heard a word about this on television or radio. Have you? Oh, my God, man. These are some pretty aggro commercials from the Hard Rock. They're like, we're the only ones that can do it.
Sports gaming.
Suck it, everybody else. We won.
Sports gaming attorney David Wallach says it comes as we await legal rulings on the validity of the Florida Sports Betting Compact. Now, Wallach says if either court concludes the wagers are truly off the Indian Tribe Reservation, you could have a violation of federal law and the Florida Constitution. There is evidence that Floridians are avid gamblers.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Calls to the state's gambling hotline have more than doubled since online gambling began late last year.
Now, that's the not good part.
Yeah. You mean the bankruptcy through gambling?
Yeah, we're creating more problems.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but it's disguised with beer and hanging with the boys.
Remember when we did that story, and I told that high school class teacher, after this was approved, asked how many students in his class, and more than 18 of the 25 boys that were in the class already had the gambling app on their phone.
Yeah, not surprising. Well, Florida sports fans will have a few teams to follow in the NCAA men's basketball tournament. The field of 68 teams was announced last night, and 3 teams from our state made it. The Florida Gators are the 7th seed in the South region, and they'll play Friday in Indianapolis against the Boise State, Colorado winner. The Florida Atlantic Owls are back after making the Final Four last year. They're an 8 seed in the East region this year. They'll play 9 seed Northwestern Friday in Brooklyn. The Stetson Hatters making their first ever NCAA tournament appearance. They're a 16 seed in the East region, and they'll play 1 seed Connecticut Friday in Brooklyn.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Enjoy your stay. Enjoy your stay.
All right, a popular Volusia County restaurant is picking up the pieces after a devastating fire overnight. Firefighters were called out to Papa's Drive-In in New Smyrna Beach just after 1 o'clock this morning. The city fire department believes the incident started in the building's attic. Now, thankfully, no injuries were reported, but the building has been deemed a total loss.
It's a legendary building.
Yeah.
If you've ever driven over the beach, you can see that big, tall triangle building.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the restaurant previously made headlines earlier this year after it was announced that actor Brad Pitt filmed a portion of his movie about Formula One racing at the property. It's set to come out in 2025. The couple that owns the restaurant, originally from Greece, so they said everybody in Volusia County knew Papa's Drive-In.
Everybody knew it.
So hopefully it'll be back. All right, also in Volusia County, this is pretty cool. A low-cost rideshare app, just in Volusia County, is planning to expand next month.
Okay.
VoRide, launched in December.
VoRide?
VoRide.
Yeah, Volusia.
Yeah, Volusia. VoRide.
VoRide would have been good.
VoRide.
VoRide launched in December by offering $2 flat rate rides throughout the land. The program is expected to start offering the same deal to people in DeBary, Deltona, and Orange City on April 8th.
Notice that stuff is going nowhere near Daytona.
The county-run initiative picks up passengers in designated service zone areas, and it'll only cost $1 for people who are 65 and older, kids, or those with disabilities.
Damn, that's not bad.
That is pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very cool.
Easy way to get around if you need to go do some grocery shopping or whatever.
It's got drivers, right? It's not like driverless stuff.
Yeah,
They're not putting you in ghost cars.
No.
It's just at the mall, Jack.
I'm so pro charging old people less money for literally everything.
I'm with you, buddy.
All of it.
I'm around the corner. I'm with you. Let's start now.
Yeah, let's get on prescriptions.
Right.
Well, gas prices are slightly lower in Florida after rising last week. AAA reports the state average rose 10 cents last week, setting a new 2024 high of $3.48 per gallon on Friday. Today's average is $3.46, still about 4 cents more than a week ago. The Auto Club says drivers may be in line for another round of rising prices after gasoline and crude oil futures rose to new heights for the year last week. All right, if you're going to the beach, sea turtle nesting season is beginning.
Okay.
The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission says beachgoers can do their part to help protect turtles by giving them space, keeping beaches clear of any obstacles, holes, and trash, and turning off lights. Sea turtles begin nesting in March along Florida's southeast coast from Brevard to Broward counties and return to Gulf Coast and North Florida beaches in April or May. And another thing they're saying is if you see a sick sea turtle on the shore, do not put it back out into the water.
Why is that?
Because they're beaching themselves for a reason. And when you put a sick sea turtle back in the water, it makes it less apt to be able to defend itself or get away.
Gotcha.
So call SeaWorld, call FWC, but do not put the turtle back in the water.
Wow.
Plus, it took me like 6 hours to get from like over there to like right here. And then you're just going to walk my ass like all the way back to the water? Rude. Rude.
It's so good.
So good. I love that. All right. And finally, a Central Florida man is thankfully recovering after he was accidentally shot by a hunter over the weekend.
Ow!
The victim was off Old Hawk Creek Road in Bunnell when he was shot in the head and torso
By Dick Cheney.
on Sunday
He's
morning.
back. Make it a franchise. It's a trilogy.
It is. He's coming back. Don't count him out. They'll call to come back.
He is expected to make a full recovery. The suspected shooter told police that he thought he was aiming at a turkey,
God almighty.
but afterwards realized it had been a decoy. Investigators say the man did show remorse.
For the record, just for the record, let me.
It's okay. He's sorry. Okay.
This is a quick little public service amount. Don't hide behind the decoys.
Yeah. Thank you.
Don't hide behind the decoys.
So I thought he was a decoy. What was the full quote?
The quote was, the suspected shooter told police he thought he was aiming at a turkey, but afterwards realized it had been a decoy.
So that man is right next to a decoy. You are correct.
Hey, what's this? Doom, doom.
Yeah, don't worry. The turkeys will never expect us to be right next to a fake turkey.
Could have been his feathered hat.
And now you all are officially woke.
Thanks, Deb. 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. I have a question about speed limit signs.
They're just a suggestion.
I know, but I have a serious question. Coming back home this past week, I drive through like Bunnell and up US 1 because it's kind of a fun little drive. And I've noticed something that happens in smaller towns, and I want to know the reason for this. I'll tell you what that is next.
All right.
Real radio is Real Music Weekends.
I'll stop the world and melt with you.
Real Music Weekends. This weekend on Real Radio 104.1.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson with a check of your forecast on this Monday, and we are expecting a cold front to push through. That will be bringing with it the increasing chance of some showers and thunderstorms, a few of which could be on the strong side. Any strong storms have the potential of heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds, and frequent lightning. These will wrap up and wind down after sunset tonight, giving way to a much cooler Tuesday. We begin the day with 40s and 50s. Afternoon highs on Tuesday only reaching the upper 60s. From the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Jessica Dobson.
This report is sponsored by J. David Tax Law.
If you owe the IRS and can't pay, now is the time to call J. David Tax Law. After a 2-year hiatus, the IRS has resumed their aggressive collections letters. Don't wait. Call J. David Tax Law or visit jdavidtaxlaw.com.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at the Filatowski Eye Institute. If you ask anybody who's experienced LASIK, they're going to tell you for sure it is the best thing they ever did. The only problem they will have is the fact that they should have done it way earlier. That's exactly what my father-in-law said. 58 years old, he got the surgery. He came out the next day, he goes, why did I wait so long? For 10 years, I struggled with glasses and contacts, lost glasses, and I could have easily had perfect vision until then or before this. And that's exactly what you can do. These guys are offering free LASIK consultations. Why not find out what the Filatowski Eye Institute can do for you? Well, you can. Just simply text 1041 to 868686 and start your journey to better vision with the Filatowski Eye Institute. They have 65,000 LASIK procedures under their belt. They have the experience and the technology. And if finances is concerned, don't let it be. They also have 24-month interest-free financing available as well. Simply text 1041 to 868686 and schedule your free LASIK consultation at the Filatowski Eye Institute. Your path to better vision begins right now.
Do you need your contractor's license? In 4 short weekends with Camtech School of Construction, you'll be able to ace the state exam. Get legal, get licensed, get Camtech. Join us for a free info seminar this Wednesday night at 7 at the Orlando Wyndham Garden. CamtechSchool.com.
Stockton with a shot! I want to go! What a goal! Duncan McGuire!
Orlando City is back at home this Saturday, March 23rd at 7:30 p.m., taking on Austin FC in their first visit to Orlando. Be sure to stick around after the match for the 90s post-game concert presented by Enter & Co., featuring Vanilla Ice, Rob Bass, and Montel Jordan. Tune in on Real Radio 104.1 and watch on any device on the Apple TV app.
A Fifth Third Better means we put in 166.7%.
What does that mean?
Well, at Fifth Third Bank, our name equals 166.7%. So that's how hard we work. That means free checking, no hidden fees, and helping to protect your identity.
Explain it in baseball terms?
It's a home run.
Basketball terms?
It's a slam dunk.
Football.
Touchdown.
Highlight?
Buzzball.
Cricket.
Golden duck.
Wow. Guess that really is a Fifth Third Better.
That's what a Fifth Third Better means. This is banking a Fifth Third Better. Fifth Third Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In Office Orlando.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war in term life. Industry rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call for a free quote today. 800-200-2250. That's 800-200-2250. Don't wait. Call 800-200-2250. 800-200-2250. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations, like 24/7 comedy.
They were really donut holes. The bag would be empty.
When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
Should we call someone? I'm like, no, that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Nothing adds crunch to a salad quite like a fresh bell pepper. If the bell peppers you're buying don't sound like this, then they're not fresh from Florida. Florida bell peppers are grown right here in the Sunshine State by our hard-working local farmers. That means they're fresher, crisper, and have a way better. Bell peppers are in season now. So look for the Fresh from Florida logo or ask for it by name where you shop. Fresh from Florida, there's sunshine in every...
In St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra, it might feel like there's not enough time to take everything in. Because once you're done exploring 42 miles of pristine coast, marveling at historical architecture, and enjoying world-class food, it'll be time to check out and head home. But that's okay. You can always stay just one more day. Visit FloridasHistoricCoast.com to learn more. It's about time.
Real Radio is on Threads at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Want more from us? At The Jim Colbert Show on Instagram. Follow us.
Good after morning, Colbert crew, and as you can tell by my voice, I had a wicked good time at Just Okay Saturday night. It was awesome seeing everyone out there, all my friends, seeing Jack, Ross, Sean, Sabrina, C-Lane. I just hope everyone else had as good a time as I did, and Jimmy, hope you had a great weekend, and hope we're all going to have a wonderful, wonderful week. And with that, Big T out, wigga wigga pop pop, peace.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, I heard it was a great show. Like a really good show. That's what I heard. I heard it was intensely good.
Ice Panda.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about any of this show because we don't want to spoil it or take it away because they were off today. I'm sure they were rehabbing for the next few days, but they'll be on the air tomorrow. But I just heard it was wonderful, and you probably should tune in to the News Junkie tomorrow morning around 11 to hear them recap the entire thing.
I will tell you, though, as far as being there and talking with listeners, it was one of the best experiences I've had in the 25 years I've been working at this radio station.
Wow, really?
Interacting with listeners who get it, who love the station, they love the shows, they're so appreciative. And it's one of those things where I just wish that our big bosses could be here just to witness this.
And hear it.
How important it is, and the connection that our listeners have with this station and that we have with them. I had this one, I was talking to Moses DeWitt. We're in the lobby. This woman comes up, beautiful woman, and she just said, I just had to say something to you, and basically describe what I've been doing for the past 25 years. She articulate, succinct. She knew exactly what she wanted to say, but basically, it's like I felt seen. It's like I was just blown away with how kind she was and how thoughtful and just, she just described kind of like what I do, the role on the station and everything. And then she just drifted into the night like a ghost, and I never saw her again. It was
wow.
I looked at Moses DeWitt. He's like, hey, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but he goes, that was kind of wild.
Really?
Yeah.
I had There was one moment, yours is way better than mine. I had somebody walk up to me and interact with me at Just Okay that I have had that same exact interaction with other people who I've gotten to be lucky enough to be entertained by. You know, some people that I really have dove into a lot of content for. And that interaction is my go-to move is to walk up to that person and just say, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Shake your hand. Thank you. That's all I really need to say. And someone walked up to me and did that. And then I was like, oh, man, all right. That was really cool. We got to step up our game, though. Because that was too abrupt. It was too fast. I wanted more. I wanted to talk to him more.
I talked to two different guys, both of them, I believe, in their 30s, and both told me one said, I've been listening to you since I was a kid, which, wow, now don't I feel old?
Oh, yeah.
But they were kids and their dads listened.
Mm-hmm.
And two different times, and I've heard this before, but two guys in one night, they, whether it's in the back seat, they heard their dad used to listen, and they just continued that and continue to listen to this station to this day.
Yeah, man, when I was with the Monsters, we got that quite a bit. A lot of people I was riding on my dad's shoulders listening to you, or at the shop working on my dad's car with him, and he was listening all the time, and I just started listening. It became secondary, I just kind of felt like I had to, Very cool stuff.
And it was a News Junkie event. News Junkie has been on the air 10.5 years. I had a handful of listeners tell me they've been listening for over 20 and stuff. So
wow. Very cool.
Just really cool crowd, just wonderful people. Overall, fantastic night, and I'm looking forward to the News Junkie tomorrow at 11 to hear their perspective on the night.
I hear about an hour of the show every single day, so I'm looking forward to catching it as well. All right, 407-916-1041, text us 77031. So driving through Bunnell, Florida yesterday, coming down US 1, and stereotypically when you go into small towns, the speed limits will drop, fast. They'll, quickly. You come off of out of the middle of that run from Bunnell to San Mateo, which is probably about 25 miles of two-lane road that goes through farmland, forest land, and that's basically what it is. A two-lane road with cabbage fields on one side and potato fields on the other, right, for the most part.
I've been here since 2008. I've never heard, you said Sematoya?
No, what's that?
What word did you say?
San Mateo.
San Mateo.
Yeah.
Never heard that in my life. What's the population?
0, dude. It's like a tiny little, it has a post office.
Isn't it a brand of canned tomatoes?
No, that's San Marzano.
There you go.
So close.
But either way.
It would have rhymed better.
So I was coming out of Bunnell, Florida, and as I came around this, they put a roundabout in the middle of the city because people are just come flying through there because it's just basically a stoplight. And US 1 is like a giant drag strip down there or up there. And at one point, this is a true story, I could see 3 speed limit signs, 35, 55, and 65. All of that happened within a 200-yard stretch.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Now, tell me this. Why does that happen? Why is it when it goes 35 and you do 35 for 100 feet, 200 feet, whatever it is, then it says 55, and guys, I'm not kidding. It's 200 yards from the 55 speed limit sign until the 65 mile an hour speed. Why do they do that? Why does it go 35, 65 or 35, 55, 65? And you can see them from one to the other.
How would they enforce that? Wait, you're going 40. Wait, no.
But what I'm saying is the cost of that. Do you guys know how much it costs to make those signs for the city? Have you ever looked at
cheap.
that?
Yeah,
Buddy,
reflective.
It's so expensive. It will shock you how much those signs are. I think just a little speed limit signs are like $700 to $1,000 each.
So if the speed limit is dropping, like you're on the road and there's a sign. For me, that speed limit only drops when I reach the sign.
Right, exactly.
But if the speed limit is increasing, it's from as soon as I could see it.
Right. But that's my point. You can still be in a 35 mile an hour zone and see the 65 mile an hour speed limit just literally right down the street, right there.
You asked, do you know how much those signs cost? And my brain immediately went, do you know how much money those signs make?
Yeah.
And I think that might be your answer.
It may be the answer, but I guess what I don't understand is why would you do it where I could go from 35 to 65 for what is a couple hundred feet, maybe 600 feet, a couple football fields, and then it goes from that to 65, and it's all within an eighth of a mile. that changes from 35 to 55 to 65.
How many cop cars did you see?
I didn't. But listen, they're notorious for those speed traps on that side of the town. Or
That's where
that
they
side
get
of the
their
state.
money.
But what I don't understand is, like, how could you pull somebody over if they're going 45 and they're 10 feet away from the 55 sign? Because here's what. If I started at the 35 mile an hour sign and I floored it, right? Let's say I pulled up there like it was the Christmas tree on a drag strip. And at 35 mile an hour speed limit line, I floored it. My car would be incapable of making it to 55 miles an hour before I get to that next sign. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't even understand why they would do that. Like, you could let your car roll that far. And this happens specifically in small towns, and I think maybe you're right. It's just, but I wouldn't even know how you could defend that. Like, if you pulled me over and gave me a speeding ticket in that, I would be like, yeah, you gave me a speeding ticket 20 feet in front of a 55 mile an hour speed limit.
I've convinced myself. Honestly, don't know if this is true. It's an op-ed. It's an op-ed take I'm about to throw out. But I have convinced myself that we are all flawed little animals, little creatures, right? We're flawed.
Yeah, we
goof up.
Yeah, we goof.
We're not deities. We goof up.
We goof it.
And guess who's there to profit off of that?
Oh, yeah.
Our government.
Yeah.
Whether it be tolls. That's why I'm still pissed about them taking out the beep from the e-pass.
Yeah, that's
because I know what you're doing.
Right.
You're just banking on us to forget that a card got expired, and all of a sudden now it's a pay by toll plate, and now I'm paying twice as much.
And guess who doesn't check their mail anymore? Because when's the last time you got an important piece of mail in the mailbox? It's an email now.
I know.
All I get in the mailbox now are what's that? What's the stupid makeup store?
Claire?
Sephora. Like, I mean, that's all I get.
was gonna say
Sephora and
Ulta,
Ulta.
Sephora.
That's what I get. And interior design magazines.
But you're not using it.
There's no mail. Yeah, I'm not. There's no mail. It's obvious I'm not. How mean. I just got back. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. I want to get into something, but not after Brandon or before that, because I think it's going to start a little bit of a fire. Ooh.
Oh.
But we will talk about something that Mr. Beast is doing. I'll do that next.
Woo. It's like a text message with your voice. The TalkBack feature on the free iHeartRadio app. Follow Real Radio 104.1, tap the microphone, and speak.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Shop the best quality jewelry and lowest price. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Looking at a slow ride on I-4 this afternoon, east and westbound by the major attractions exits. Some delays now also reported due to a crash that is currently blocking McCoy Road and DeWalter Drive. No major delays for those traveling north or southbound on the Turnpike. If you happen to see any traffic problems in the Orlando area today, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half. Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
In this week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio from Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Here's how to avoid a top mistake in divorce. Text messages and social media posts can wind up in front of a judge. Act accordingly. Don't post like a fool. Divorce? Trenley Kramer Law. TK Law. OneFirmForLife.com.
Sunnyside Electric.
Oh, hi. I'm worried about my electrical panel.
For static electricity problems involving your cat, press 1.
No, my electric panel.
For all other inquiries, press 2.
Don't even have a cat.
Fine. What's your problem then?
My electric panel, it's making sort of a humming noise.
Impossible. If your panel is working normally, it should be silent.
I know. That's why...
Have you tried using those noise-cancelling headphones?
What?
Then you won't hear the humming.
How does that help?
It'll get you off my back.
This would never happen with Frank Gay.
But you didn't call Frank Gay.
No, but I'm calling them now.
When you have an electrical problem, you need help now. A helpful operator to guide you, qualified electricians to diagnose and repair your electric panel and keep it safe and functional. That's the Frank Gay way.
Wish I'd called Frank Gay in the first place.
Sorry, can't hear you. I'm wearing my noise-cancelling headphones.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
The number one cause of accidents is distracted driving, like cell phones, eating, and playing with the radio. So leave it right here on Real Radio. Injured on the go? Just call Mo.com. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorney.
At International Diamond Center, their diamonds don't just sparkle, they come to life.
The diamond doesn't smile at you, don't buy it. The diamond's got to talk to you.
IDC owner Keith LeClaire says the reason his diamonds have this magical quality is because every diamond at IDC has passed through the highest possible quality control standards and chosen for maximum beauty.
You're seeing the brilliance and the scintillation. There's no obstruction in that diamond. There's no internal graining. There's no clouds. An IDC diamond is better because, pure and simple, we put the time, the effort of selecting only the best. Every diamond is going to be handpicked by us. We're looking for nothing but the top percent.
So there's never any cutting corners, no compromising, no settling for an okay diamond.
Let's be critical. Let's pick the best and deliver the best we can. We do all the hard work in the beginning.
Is that diamond you're about to buy just okay? Or does it speak to you? Come to IDC and listen before you buy.
Anybody that sees it on her hand, they're going to be going, where'd you get that diamond?
International Diamond Center, 4 Orlando locations.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Lots of people hired us. We've collected over $15 billion and won a lot. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment changeouts and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
This hour of Real Radio is sponsored by Twin Peaks, now open in Daytona.
Discover the new Buick SUVs in stock now at orangebuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you deserve better. Contact them at whenyounitus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Radio now comes with moving pictures. The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
Hey, how are you guys? I live next to that roundabout, Jimmy, that you're talking about.
Oh my God.
And those those speed limit signs are closer than that. They are 50 to 75 feet apart. That's it. I see them every day. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I want someone to explain it to me also.
Well, I got a little bit of an explanation, but he's right. It's so funny. I was thinking back, and I didn't want to exaggerate as is to say they were so close together. But I remember driving by him, and I was like, I think I can throw a baseball from the 35 one to the 65 one. That's how close they are together. No joke. So I'm glad he confirmed that. 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. And I love the fact that Bunnell's checking in. Check it out. Bunnell getting in there. I love it. A texter checks in, by the way. U.S. Highway 1 is a federal highway. While consideration is taken from the local municipality, the feds set the speeds according to their standards, which means that there could be a combination of speed limits there, whereas the feds say maybe 55 is what you should be doing there. The locals go outside of that 65. Maybe it's 35 coming out of town. I don't know. But it is kind of funny. And that's not even close to the only place that does that. A lot of small towns have those situations where you're coming out of a town where you have to slow down to 25 or 35, and then it picks back up, but they want to do it incrementally. It'll go from 35 to 45, 55, and then on. But usually they're separated by a little bit of space. This was not.
You did something just about 15 seconds ago that reminded me of why I really like you.
Okay.
I'm a huge fan of your units of measurement. It's always been, I could throw a baseball that far. I could hit a 9-iron there. I could throw a football that.
Oh, he said driver 5-iron.
Yeah, driver 5-iron baseball. I could bowl that.
Yeah. Sorry.
I could pick that. No.
That's a terrible habit.
That is a great habit. It's a lot more fun than saying 25, 40 feet, whatever it is.
Yeah. I think everybody can relate to that a little bit. You know, if you can throw a football, you're like, I throw a football that, but not that far. About that far. All right, 407-916-1041. Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb is here.
Hello.
And Jack. And Ross as well.
That's true.
Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate that as we do every single day. Prime Video has announced its partnership with the one and only Mr. Beast. Have you guys seen the news on this?
I have not.
Ross?
No.
Really?
I'm not a Mr. Beast guy.
See, I'm not a big Mr. Beast guy either, but you have to admit the Netflix show that he did based on the Squid Game thing, that was his thing, right?
Well, no. Netflix grabbed their own show and kind of swagger jacked Mr. Beast.
That's
Mr.
right.
Beast came out, did his own Squid Games, and then like a year and a half later,
That's exactly how it was,
Netflix
right?
was like, yeah, we'll do it too.
That's right, because they jacked.
And it worked, by the way.
He did one, and then they did one. By the way, second season's on the way for that.
Is it?
Yeah, Netflix confirmed
Of
they
the
are
game show portion.
of the game show, the Squid Game.
I think they're also working on the second season of the Squid Game.
Yeah, they are. Oh, yes. They're doing the game show and the show itself.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So Mr. Beast is partnering up with Prime Video.
That is wild because he's been such a champion of YouTube.
Well, it's funny that he mentions all of that. In reality, this is exactly what he's doing. This is going to be, quote, the biggest reality competition series ever. What do you think the one-person prize payout is? Because that's what he does, right?
$100 million.
I'll go $1 billion.
No, come on.
He's a billionaire.
He is a billionaire.
$25 million.
It's $5 million. All
right.
$5 million. It's still the largest single payout for any game. I think the Squid Game show did $456,000 was the payout for that one, right?
Couldn't tell you.
I think it is. I think it was 456 players, $1,000 a player, $456,000 at the end. So he's going to do a thing called the Beast Games. 1,000 contestants. 1,000 contestants vying for a $5 million prize makes it the single biggest prize in the history of television and streaming. So that's what he's trying to do. But he also says within the context of the show, there will be other world records that are broken. He doesn't really go on to mention what they are. Matter of fact, it doesn't even say what the show is going to be or any of the contests, any of that stuff. But it is coming to Prime Video, large-scale competitions for giveaways. And one of the things he goes on to say is he wanted to do this to show that streamers, YouTubers, and other content providers or creators on all platforms could cross-pollinate and create content for all platforms. And what he's trying to say is just because I'm a YouTuber doesn't mean that I couldn't successfully executive produce a TV show, game show, which is exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
Yep. Because, I mean, if you can create content, it doesn't really matter what the platform is. It's the ideas and the budget that matters at that point.
Ideas, budget, I honestly, just how much you care.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a lot of bad ideas before a lot of great ideas started. So.
Do you remember the one he caught the most hell for, which I never understood? Remember when he paid for all those surgeries for blindness?
Yeah.
1,000 people.
Well, so at least for me, and I know I'm not alone, there is a weird culture, and that video specifically, that theme of like, hell yeah, you did all of that, but it's also to your advantage. It's the same thing of like, look how great. Imagine if I posted a video tomorrow going, guys, I have great news. You know, there's a homeless guy down the street, and I see him every day, and today I'm going to make his day. I'm going to give him $100. And then I record that entire interaction,
right,
and then I post it because I want that integrity displayed.
Yeah.
And it's weird, and it's something that's kind of new in the last 10 years. That's at least for me, it's a little odd.
It is odd, but it's also what feeds the beast, pardon the pun, but to because by promoting it, you're getting the views, which is generating the money coming in to do it. So it's secular. You're doing it because the audience it's giving you is generating the views, which makes the money, which allows you to pay for those surgeries.
It's a paradox.
And to be honest with you, I think the only thing is where is the heart in that? Or were you doing it for you, or were you doing it legitimately because you wanted to help someone out that couldn't help themselves out, and you just happened to record it? Because really, I think that's what matters. It almost doesn't even matter then, because if 1,000 people, if you're one of those people that got psyched because of that, do you really care why he did it?
No, and that's the thing. Is like
I don't care.
I think both of those things can be true.
Yeah,
I think you can walk into it going, "Hey, if I'm going to make a YouTube video, let's make it benefit a whole bunch of people,"
right.
And then also my channel still, provides content. It's just there's a balance to it. I think that's actually I was never offended by that video, but like whenever I've seen it years and years ago, and I think there's a little bit of a reaction to it now of people just doing really good things. And there's never a situation, Jim, where it's like, and you just so happen to record it. No, they're doing it on purpose.
Right.
They're doing it for social media. They're doing it for likes and shares and followers. Probably, I'm not them, so I don't know their soul, but probably that being their number one priority. And if I'm doing that and I'm still feeding a homeless guy, why not?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is like, I mean, if the goal is beneficial to the person that was focused toward, I mean, I don't know why it really matters why the person who initiated it. I mean, that's your judgment for them. But I mean, the person that needed the money or needed the eyesight or needed the home or needed the clothing or whatever, they received that. I mean,
they did. But if the goal was for that, then you wouldn't have filmed it.
Yeah, no question. But why can't both be fine? Why do they have to be mutually exclusive? Why can't I get the content I want?
Yeah.
And making me feel good about myself.
That's what I was just saying.
Yeah.
1,000%. But if it was 100% the goal of helping out 1,000 people, it's not ever touching a YouTube channel.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, and I kind of agree with you on that. But this guy seems like a guy who does that, right? Because it's not like this is the only thing he does. Isn't his whole thing? By the way, do you know how many subscribers on YouTube that he has? We are really close, guys. If we can just get 50 more people to go to JimColbertLive.com, click through to our YouTube channel and like it, we are that close. I think we have about 50, or have we cracked 5,000 yet, Jack?
Nope.
We're right at 5,000. That's what we're trying to get. And we're pretty close. He has about 245 million.
Yeah.
245 million subscribers to his YouTube.
By 7 o'clock, we should be there.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
I got even worse news for you, or I guess even more accurate news. That's one of his YouTube channels.
Yeah.
He's got a lot. He's got the same channel, but all dubbed in Spanish. The same channel, all dubbed in every language now. I actually got to work with somebody in Mr. Beast's crew.
Yeah, I remember you telling me this a couple years back.
Tarek Salome. And I was blown away by this person.
Yeah, it's a machine. By the way, that entire thing, it's so funny. People think, oh, it's Mr. Beast. He's just at home doing these editing on his video.
Him and another guy. Yeah.
What do you figure that team is for Mr. Beast's channel over there? What do you figure?
How many people?
Yeah, 50 to 100 people?
Yeah. I would say about that. And it's still a very unbelievably strict ship. You should have seen me. I was in the green room, and this guy keeps talking about Jimmy, and everyone keeps asking about Jimmy. And I'm like, who the hell? I've got a Jimmy. I know a Jim. We're not talking about the same Jim, right? No, they were talking about Mr. Beast. His name is Jimmy.
Jimmy Donaldson.
Yeah, and it was...
He's 25 years old, by the way.
It was weird having this, one of the most famous people on the planet right now in every language, and he's not even in the room, and I still felt his presence because everyone just had questions.
Yeah.
About
he just seems like a
Jimmy.
He just seems like a genuinely good person who hit a note and then is now using that money to do things that are kind of cool. But he catches a lot of slack, but I don't really see the argument because I'm like, why do you care?
Right.
I mean, he's not selling drugs or he's not doing anything illegal to raise this money. He's just making videos, and if he gives it to enhance his culture and his community, why would you be angry at that for any reason?
There's a third plank to that too. So the people are benefiting from it. He's doing it. Yes, he's getting views by doing it, but he's also helping people.
Right.
But the third plank is all the consumption of media that we do, and especially the kids watching him. How many millions people following him?
245.
What messages it's not people fighting in a parking lot, right?
The bum fights.
Yeah, exactly.
They're seeing videos of helping other people and spreading, a positive message, spreading love. So, why not have more of that in our world? Even if he's getting clicks for it, instead, not only is he helping those people, but he's also spreading that message of kindness to everyone who watches.
And I believe you could probably make a pretty good argument that a lot of attention that came to his channel after the fact came because of the deeds that he does, simply because it doesn't seem like he's out there, doing stupid stuff like jackass kind of stuff to get the attention.
He has to be the most influential. He's the biggest impact the internet has ever had. Watch his video. Oof. He's the one that started all those jump cuts.
Oh, yeah,
He's the one that started all the zoom ins, all the quick cuts. You cannot watch a Mr. Beast video without a editing choice every 2 seconds.
Right.
And I believe that was like one of the rules.
Something has to move every 2 seconds.
Every 2 seconds.
Something has to happen.
But
more than the action, like more than him talking, something has to happen.
There's an explosion in the background. There's always something happening.
All right, 407-916. I actually am really looking forward to it. I love those shows. I'm telling you, I thought the Squid Game show was brilliant.
Absolutely.
I thought it was great.
Yeah.
A lot.
The reality one or the
reality
scripted
one?
one?
Both of them. Both of them were great. But I love the game show almost as much as I love the show. It was that entertaining to me because the contestants looked genuine.
Yeah.
Like none of them looked like actors or fake. And it was like you get the feeling that he would have never had that. And I mean, these people were scheming. It was great, dude.
Yeah.
It was really
I enjoyed
good.
it.
I actually knew one of the people on the reality show.
Oh, wow.
I got to hit her up.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, we got to talk to
All
her.
right, 407-916-1041. Back in a sec with our buddy Brandon. I almost said Brandon Bravitz.
Yeah.
Let's try that again. Take two. All right, back in a second with our buddy Brandon Kravitz with sports here on the Jim Colbert Show. That's a cut. Print.
You can always text us, unless you're driving, at 77031. Standard data and message rates apply. Real Mobile is powered by Orange Buick GMC and OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Heavy delays continue on I-4 both east and westbound this afternoon by the major attractions exits as well as through downtown. Traffic moving well for the most part for those traveling on the Beach Line and the Greenway. No major east or westbound delays to report for those taking the 408. If you run into traffic problems today, make sure you're calling the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Divorce? Call Trenley & Kramer, TK Law, onefirmforlife.com.
Spring is in the air, but so are airborne allergens like tree pollen, grass, mold, and ragweed. If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage springs into action quickly, helping you breathe more clearly in just 30 seconds. And you don't need a never-ending cycle of decongestants that can leave you feeling drowsy. Navage is the fast and easy drug-free allergy solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Get Navage today so you can get outdoors and enjoy your favorite springtime activities. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
Tax time means a much-needed cash bonus for many people. But for business owners, it can mean the opposite. Hey, this is R.C. Hill from R.C. Hill, Mitsubishi in DeLand. My accountant said I need to reduce my tax burden now. So I'm going to overpay for your old car because I'd rather give you the money than the government. Get up to $4,297 more for your old car than it's actually worth. No matter where you bought the car, no matter how many miles are on it. It's simple. Trade in your old car you hate driving and get a new car today like a Mitsubishi Mirage 43 miles per gallon lifetime warranty. That That means most people can trade and lower their payment. Or let me double your tax refund up to $2,500. RC Hill Mitsubishi specializes in approving customers with below average credit scores. My goal this month is 100% credit approval. This month, my prices will not be beat. This sale ends when my accountant says enough is enough. I'm RC Hill at RC Hill Mitsubishi, Central Florida's first choice for new Mitsubishis. 2 locations, DeLand and now in Ocala. Or visit me at rchill.com. That's rchill.com.
Credit requires bank approval. See rchill.com for details.
When couples come into International Diamond Center looking for engagement rings, they have lots of pictures from websites, from Pinterest, from designers they love, and 99% of the time, we have what they want.
The brands that we carry are the brands the consumer asks for, the girls ask for, your future bride asks for.
IDC owner Keith LeClaire explains how IDC is always on the cutting edge because we partner with the world's leading designers, names like Tacori, Verragio, Henry Dawsey, and dozens more.
Fashions come and go, but why do some brands stay forever? It's because they stay relevant.
IDC was chosen by these acclaimed designers, in most cases, as the exclusive retail partner in the region.
We try to provide the best of the best at the most current merchandise in the market today.
International Diamond Center, giving you access to the most sought-after brands in the world with a 5-star shopping experience with no compromises.
We want people to feel comfortable, relax, educate them, give them high quality for the right price.
Store hours and more at shopidc.com.
The Fed's new FedNow system is all about surveillance and control. Secure your assets today with something Washington cannot manipulate. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon, and I recommend diversifying your retirement into a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get a free info kit by texting the word SHELTER to 989898. Do this right now. Text SHELTER to the number 989898 and get a free info kit from Birch Gold. There's no obligation or purchase required.
Message and data rates may apply.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Enjoying the news junkie? You've probably heard a ton of injury attorney commercials, but if you are injured and need a lawyer, who's the right lawyer for you? That's why we offer our 30-day risk-free trial. If you are not 100% satisfied with the way we treat you and your case within the first 30 days, you can take your file back and you owe us nothing. No fees, no costs, and no questions asked. Injured on the go? JustCallMo.com. Go to JustCallMo.com. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like 24/7 comedy.
Men don't settle down. We surrender.
Women, we never express the emotions we're actually feeling, right? I'm fine means I'm about to stab you in the neck.
Clips from today's top comedians and the greatest of all time.
Donut hole. If you want a donut, have a donut. Why are you eating the hole?
When you need a laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
You can actually change the station.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Radio.
The Jim Colbert Show, streaming live on YouTube. Watch us talk.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show, Real Radio 104.1. Thanks so much for tuning in. We appreciate that like we do every single day. If you want to check out all the things we have online, JimColbertLive.com. You can also podcast the show from there. Check out The Goods. Interview with Tom Segura is up there, plus tons of other stuff. All the episodes of Animal House are there. So if you're in the process of maybe adopting a pet, or you can go there, find out all that information. All the cool stuff. All right, welcome back. I am Jim. Deb, Jack, and Ross are here as well. Every Monday, he drops by from 96.9 The Game. That's where he talks sports every day from 3 until 6. You guys give it up good and loud for a man, Mr. Brandon Kravitz.
Whoa!
The broiler. The broiler is here.
BK Broiler.
What's up, Big Daddy? How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Looking very nice. Looking very
so
nice. Coming off an exciting weekend. I heard you Winter Park Art Fest this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
How was that experience for you?
I almost bought a $2,000 painting.
Did you really?
No, I didn't.
I was going to say, no way possible. No, not as much as you just complained about that $15 smoothie.
Yeah, they charged me $15 for a smoothie. And this wasn't like a park. Like, Jim goes, well, it's Park Ave. I'm like, this wasn't a fancy smoothie. This was just a guy with a little tent set up outside that was mushing up strawberries and bananas.
Organic. So organic. Woo.
Yeah.
Glad I skipped it.
Good time,
but,
though,
it's a great the people out there that have those tents that display their art, the amount of talent
it's
that
crazy.
they have and creativity. I love going and looking at that. I never for a second even pretend like I can afford any of it.
That's a great stroll, though, buddy. I have to tell you,
It's a good time out
That's
there.
a good spring stroll. If you're an original or Orlandoan of any sort, and when spring comes around, the Winter Park Art Fest is one of the best walks of the year because you just take that slow stroll down Park Ave, kind of peel off somewhere for a nice quick lunch, nice out on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
$15 smoothies,
For sure.
stuff for the kiddies to do.
I loaded up. I had cheese curds and Italian sausage and
that's
a
$70,
smoothie.
$80.
It was like my mortgage.
Yeah. Of
Second
course,
mortgage. This segment sponsored by the injury law firm of Coffin and Lynn at pound 546 on your cell or whenyouneedus.com.
All right, buddy, let's get to it. A lot of stuff out there to talk about. March Madness, the brackets were the teams were released today.
Were
I can
they
see,
ever?
I can see the bracket there.
No, that's just a bracket, Jim. Not just a bracket.
Brackets?
I am a one bracket guy. I'm a bracket monogamist.
Okay.
But
you're rare these days, right? That's a rarity. I heard on the air today, that's a rarity. Most people fill out multiple brackets.
I will put this bracket in multiple locations, but it'll be the same exact results.
Got it.
A lot of people out there fill out multiple brackets. They have different upsets, different
Sure.
winners. I think that's lame. You've got one shot at this thing.
Yeah.
See if you can get it right.
Mom spaghetti.
Yeah.
We get it, buddy. Very inspirational.
That was a very good 8 Mile pull right there. But my bracket is so important to me, Jim, that I don't just fill it out. I fill out the paper one. I do the online stuff too, but I have to have a paper bracket that I can look at, and it stays in a folder.
You're looking at this thing like it's a family photo.
It's a Ziploc. It's sort of like a Ziploc
Yeah, it's like
folder.
a big baseball card
See
holder is
this
what it looks
thing?
like. Yeah, I see it,
Because
yeah.
I don't want creases. I don't want smudges. I don't want water stains or the grease from a sandwich that I eat in the middle of the day.
Okay.
I don't want any of that.
Valid.
I take this very seriously.
All right, so how much time do you put into actually studying what the brackets offer? I mean, the first round is the easiest round, right? I mean, there are very few upsets in the first round.
Did you just say the first round is the easiest round?
I think the first round is the easiest round, is it not? Isn't that when
That's
most
where I spend most of my time.
Isn't that where most of the games are the 16 playing the one? And like the real.
You just mentioned 4 of the games. What about the 100 others?
I know, but still, I
No,
think it's
I
the
don't-
easiest one.
I don't think so.
No. What's the easiest week then, or the easiest games? Is it second level?
I think by the time you get to the,
I would think there's more parity as you get down, right?
When you get to the Sweet 16, I think it starts to get easier because that's when you can really pare down the upset, the darlings. They usually don't make it past the Sweet 16. If they get there, it's a miracle.
And then maybe you've probably seen the other teams play and what they have to offer, what their weaknesses are, and who their matchups look like. Yeah, Jack?
No, I was wondering, why is it Sweet 16, and do we have anything for 32? Is there very few 32?
Round of 32.
Round
there's
of-
nothing. There's nothing.
You don't deserve
nothing
that.
cute or marketable there.
No one ever,
The Elite Eight.
No one shows the affection towards the round of 32.
But there's a reason why. So you have the bracket, the games that start on Thursday and Friday, and then the round of 32 is a day later, Saturday and Sunday. By the time you get out of Sunday, you're whittled down to the Sweet 16. It happens that rapidly.
Mm-hmm.
So what they're pushing towards with the way that they market this thing is the round of 32 is sort of just an extension of the round of 68.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's special is making it to the Sweet 16.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
they only name things that have a special. There's nothing special about making it to round 2. But you make it to the Sweet 16, that's special. Elite 8, special.
Now, this is one of the most, for Americans, I believe this is up there with the Super Bowl for college sports. This is right up there with the national championship game. This is one of the most elite, most talked about and gambled on sporting events or, tournaments we have all throughout the year,
Absolutely.
right? Now, people will actually take off work this week to watch these, or when the games start, right? They will book a vacation to be able to watch every single game from beginning to end.
It is the most heavily booked vasectomy week of the year for men.
I think March Madness causes the highest loss in productivity for any sporting
Yeah, I
event.
think so too.
Yeah, because a lot of the games start at noon on Thursday and then again on Friday. So people that are at work are not really paying attention. You asked how much time I will spend on this. I watch sprinkles of college basketball through the regular season, and then I will watch as much college basketball during conference tournament week, which just passed, as I've watched all regular season. So my ramp-up period is always the same. And then I have an idea of some of these teams. I mean, you've got your like McNeese States out there that I had to learn about today that are on the bracket.
I mean, Stetson.
Well, Stetson.
Yeah,
Well, Stetson's playing UConn, so you can have that one figured out pretty quickly.
FAU made it back in.
Yeah, FAU, and we learned about FAU last year, so that was an easier read. But I will spend from last night about 30 minutes to today. I probably spent a good 4 hours just focused on filling this out.
Lucky misses.
Yeah, and what sucks is
Hey, she got to go to the art festival.
Yeah.
And she's just staring, just over in the corner, just just hot as can be. You know?
Yeah. Just can barely contain herself.
Just look at him. Look at him breaking
that's
down.
all
this.
mine over there. That's all mine. Reading stats from a bench player.
Yep.
That's all mine.
4 hours. Yep.
Oh my God, is he putting that in a folder?
Is it see-through? I think I smell a smudge. All right,
You know, I feel like you're making fun of me.
407-916-1041.
Can I also
here with Brandon Kravitz from 96.9 The Game.
Do you have anything-
Embarrassing him.
Do you have anything left on March Madness?
Well, no, I mean, no. I was just going to,
I just wanted to make sure before
Okay.
we transition, I have something that I want to promote.
Okay, go ahead.
We have an event at Twin Peaks in Altamont Springs.
Oh, this thing is always a blast, dude.
Yes, and this year's going to be a little bit different. So usually we do our show from out there. This year, we're kicking that thing to the side.
All
So
right.
Wednesday night, we'll be doing a live show at Twin Peaks if you want to come and hang out. And we have the first 4 games that are that will be taking place on Wednesday night. But we'll be out there on Thursday like we always are.
You're going to
We
have
don't
your bracket with you?
Yeah, I'm gonna brag. Well, I don't know if I want to bring it around these crazy people.
Well, if you do bring it around those crazy people, you got to leave it in its weird condom that you put it in.
It's paper condom.
A lot of condensation at Twin Peaks. But we will be out there on Thursday watching the games with all of you. So rather than doing a show, we're hanging out. It's a watch party. On Thursday, I'll be out there from noon to 5 p.m. if you want to come out to the Twin Peaks in Altamont Springs for one of the best days of the year as a sports fan.
Right on. Let's move on. TPC was this past weekend. Of course, me being a golf fan, the Tournament Players Championship up in Ponte Vedra Beach, just outside of Jacksonville, Florida, is one of the most. It's actually considered the 5th major by a lot of players and has been for many, many years.
When can we make that official? I've heard that forever.
They've talked about it forever, but the problem is now, to start it now, you have so many other people that could have, qualified for it and played for it. I think it's just like a tradition thing, and golf, unfortunately, is steeped in that, and they don't like breaking those. So
It's still a PGA Tour event, correct?
It is, yeah.
So there goes all the live golfers.
Yeah, they're done. Yeah, because and really golf suffers because of that. And I know that Tiger Woods and McIlroy and a couple of the other players, Patrick Cantlay, are going to the Bahamas today. I heard to meet with the PIF directly to meet with the PIF because there's maybe some word that Norman has been maybe not exactly forthright about how this thing is supposed to be happening to the PIF as representing LIV, right? They're just the money factor. The live golf thing is a separate thing. They're just kind of funding that. So what they're trying to do is figure out a way to get basically 5 players back into PGA Tour events, which is Dustin Johnson, Brooks Koepka, Patrick Reed, maybe a little bit, Cam Smith, and Bryson DeChambeau. That's really the 5 players they want back in. Maybe a couple others. For the most part, it's those 5 guys. But hopefully they'll make it happen. Either way, we have Scotty Scheffler to watch.
Oh, my
and
God.
this guy is bananas good with the worst follow-through in the history of golf. A guy looks like he's fighting a bee every time he swings. And yet he hits it dead straight and now is making every putt he looks at. This guy looks like he could win every single tournament he enters.
Yeah, he is doing right now what we have only seen a few guys in my lifetime pull off. And I can't go as far as to say he's doing Tiger-like things. I talked to my golf guy, Whit Watson, in the first hour of our
Whit
show today.
Watson. I haven't heard that name in a while. That's cool.
I mentioned that he's doing something I have not seen, dominating when you expect domination at the golf level, winning tournaments that he's favored in. You go into the Masters. What's the expectation? How's anybody going to beat this guy? I mean, a 19 under wasn't good enough to win that tournament this past weekend, which is ridiculous. And he said he is absolutely doing Tiger-type things for right now. But how crazy the Tiger run was, to put it in perspective, he said what he's doing right now You'd have to do it for 11 more years.
11 more years.
And then
to get close.
you'd
11
be
more
on that
years.
level.
You have to win
but
14 majors,
right.
11 more years. By the way, he's the only person in the history of the game to win the TPC back-to-back, though. Tiger's not even done that.
Right. Jack hasn't done it. So
nobody
he is.
I have not.
Thanks.
You don't enter that pantheon, but I do think it's at least worthy of bringing up that this is as dominant as I've seen a golfer since I saw Tiger Woods.
I mean, it's only March. He's won twice already, and one of them was the TPC.
And it's not like this is new. He's been dominant for the last. He's going on like year 3 of domination in the golf world.
And let me tell you something else. For a guy who had putting woes last year, putting was his problem. To go and play Bay Hill the way he played, which is known as one of the top 5 most difficult courses that they play during the year for the greens, because the greens are very hard, very fast, and a lot of players don't like playing the golf. If it wasn't for the Arnold Palmer connection, a lot of players would pass on this because it's just so difficult to get the ball close to the hole and to putt those greens well. But Scotty's playing great, and we'll keep an eye on him throughout the year. Masters coming up soon, and he's got to be the odds-on favorite going in for sure.
He is. And real quick before you move on, I looked at the odds today. Him and Rory are the odds-on favorites. Who is still betting Rory as a favorite? This guy never wins.
He's due. He's due.
He's so due. He's so good, though. But I think a lot of this
I
stuff
can think
with
of 10 golfers I'd rather bet right now.
But I think the business aspect of this thing is really kind of weighed down on him because for some reason he became the de facto spokesperson for the PGA Tour because Jay Monahan was too busy screwing them over in boardrooms without them knowing about it. You know, when your players find out via a tweet of where their careers are going, that doesn't really set a lot of positive vibes. And a number of players, including Xander Schauffele, one of the best players in the world, I think he was runner-up this week, said that he can't trust the guy. He's got a long way to go before any of the players even trust him anymore. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure. Let's move on to Orlando City. Another tough match for these guys.
Yeah, so I admittedly I was at the Magic game last night, so I wasn't able to lock in on this, but I think a cool thing that they do at the Kia Center is they put the score to the Orlando City match up on the board. At least flash it every once in a while whenever Orlando City's playing at the same time. So I love that sort of city brotherly love kind of feel between the two.
Yes.
So I was privy in the moment to the fact that Orlando City yet again cannot get the ball into the back of the net.
Yeah, no goals.
This continues to be a problem for this team. I'm going to rely on the guys on the other side of the glass for why this is an issue, but it clearly is something that they have to rectify, and it's becoming something that isn't just it's a one-game fluke or a two-game fluke. This is starting to feel like this is who they are, and that would lead me to believe they're probably one of the worst teams in MLS, at least right now.
They have Austin coming up this week, 7:30 on Saturday. Ross, what say you, boss?
So first of all, 2-0 loss. It sucks whenever you lose to Atlanta, and it sucks. It sucks when you lose. It sucks even more when you lose to a rival. I am always looking for my glass being half full when it comes to every sports team, and here I go. I still saw a team create chances. I still saw a team that was fighting. I didn't see a team that quit. Little fun fact about this past match, we had Kyle Smith playing in midfield. We have injuries. I know that's crazy to be like, it's the start of the season. We were just playing in an entire different competition in the midweek. We really ran the boys. I do think better times are coming. I promise you things will be back. Week 10, I do feel confident with that.
Good. Let me ask you this. How was the concert?
That's this Saturday.
Oh, that's coming up this Saturday. Okay, I thought it was last Saturday for some
What's
reason.
up with Facundo Torres? Where's he been? Is he hurt?
I remember
he's on loan, isn't he?
No, he's still on the team. He got subbed out off of a knock that he picked up, I believe, in the Tigres match. And then usually when that happens, you kind of you don't go full tilt that first.
Because he was on the bench for Saturday's match.
Yes,
Yeah.
he started
or
on
Sunday's match.
Yeah, he started on the bench. That's our star, so that's a little concerning.
Yeah.
However, he'll be back in the starting 11 this Saturday. I feel confident.
All right,
with
so
that.
the match come up with Austin. We'll see what happens there. Anything going on with the Magic? Because I do want to talk about the NFL a little bit. Justin Fields signs with the Pittsburgh Steelers after they already signed Russell Wilson. What a weird signing. You know, listening to Colin a little bit this morning, Colin Cowherd, who's also right before you guys on 96.9 The Game.
Great leader.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think he's very good at it. But he's like, Justin Fields has already decided after a couple of years he's going to be a backup. Like, obviously, they poured all that money into Russell. Russell's going to be playing. Like, it's the strangest thing, right?
I do not agree with that.
You don't?
I don't agree with the way that Colin worded that because he is trying to find ways to talk down about Justin Fields. He has a tendency.
He's a Seattle homer. I know that.
Okay, he has a tendency to do this. He fixates on a player, comes up with an opinion, and then every opinion thereafter feeds the original opinion.
Except for Aaron Rodgers. He never talks about that guy.
Never. And it's never it's always different. It's never the exact same thing in a different package. So this guy Colin doesn't believe in Justin Fields, and so he's finding different ways to sort of knock the image of Fields. That's what he does. It's part of his brand. Justin Fields didn't decide he wants to be a backup. Teams around the league decided he's going to be a backup. There were 6 teams that were involved. I don't know what 6, so don't ask. But there were 6 teams that were involved in wanting to acquire Justin Fields. All of them viewed Justin Fields as a backup. Now, presumably, some of them would have spent more than a 6th-round pick in order to bring this guy in. But where the Bears did right by Justin Fields was they went to him and said, where do you want to play? And he said Pittsburgh, so they traded him to the Steelers.
There you go. Interesting, though, right?
It is, because Justin Fields, you would think, is good enough to be a starter in the NFL, and I would at least think to compete with Russell Wilson for that starting job. That's the goofy thing to me about all of this, is that Justin Fields is at least on par with Wilson as of right now. I would enter in to the start of the season with a competition, and Mike Tomlin has come out and said it's not a competition. They've already assured Russell Wilson that he has the job.
Yeah, there's no way Russell Wilson is sitting. There's no way that's happening. I mean, he just left a situation where he didn't get along with the team, the management, whatever the case may be. The coach, obviously, didn't care for him there. So it's going to be interesting to see that if he thinks Mike Tomlin's going to be any easier than Sean Payton. I find that to be odd, but I mean, Tomlin's kind of known for being a bit of a hard ass. I mean, Russell seems to be a relatively sensitive guy.
Tomlin is looked at as more of a player's coach than, I guess, Sean Payton.
Yeah.
And I still think there's a chance that when we look back at Sean Payton's tenure in Denver, we go, man, this guy was created by Drew Brees, and smoke and mirrors outside of that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's the case yet. Let's give this another season, but this might be as much on Sean Payton as it is on Russell Wilson. There's a chance that either he's lost it or never had it.
Right.
And some great coaches have been sort of masked by great quarterback play.
So now the Belichick thing is coming into play, because I heard a little bit of comment about that, the documentary there. That,
I started watching that over the weekend. It's so good.
That they started talking about, everybody thinks Bill's so great, and then all of a sudden Tom Brady leaves and he wins a Super Bowl with a team that nobody thought in the world they had a chance of winning a Super Bowl, and then of course his teams are the worst ever. So, where really is the magic? Is it in the coaching, or is it the guy that knows more about football than anybody on the field, including the coach, being Tom Brady?
I mean, they both matter, but I think with the Belichick thing, without getting too deep into that, the Belichick created a defense that was good enough to win Super Bowls with a quarterback that was only in his 2nd year and had never started an NFL game. Early in Tom Brady's career, we looked at him the way we look at Brock Purdy right now. You didn't know that he was going to be the GOAT.
Sure,
he developed into that, and part of that development was Bill Belichick and being able to rely on a defense. With Sean Payton, maybe that is the case, but we'll find out, I think, sooner rather than later.
Well, thanks, buddy. It's always good seeing you.
It is a pleasure to be here. Listen to Under Oath with attorney Jeff Kaufman every Saturday morning at 7:30 a.m. on 96.9 The Game and Real Radio 104.1. Extended versions available by searching Under Oath with Jeff Kaufman on your favorite streaming platform. And before I go, you asked about the Magic. I just want to let you know they won game number 40 last night. They haven't won 40 games in a season since the 2018-2019 season.
Play the song.
Where they won 42.
Play the song.
There's about 14 games left in the season.
I
So
like
they're
it.
going to blow right past
I like it. Good job. Give it up for Brandon Kravitz.
Orlando Magic.
The broiler. Oh. You got to do that.
Orlando
Very good. All right, we'll see you, BK.
All right.
Good
bye,
job.
guys.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. There is an international day today, and it just happens to be for the worst sandwich ever created. I'll tell you what that is next.
Real Radio is
The Monsters in the Morning.
Russ, if Ryan gets a speedboat, the next day's headline is going to be this: Captain Corn Carney causes carnage at Causeway.
Ah, damn, he did it without.
The Monsters in the Morning.
Real Radio 104.1.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
Hey,
Hey there, Central Florida. I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson with a check of your forecast on this Monday. And we are expecting the return of some showers and storms, a few of which could be on the strong side with heavy rain, frequent lightning, some small hail, and also gusty winds. These will gradually come to an end, especially after sunset, and that will give way to a breezy and cooler Tuesday with highs only reaching the upper 60s, a high of 68 degrees for Orlando. Sunnier and warmer Wednesday, a high of 74. From the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Jessica Dobson.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Embark on a journey through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical.
However, though, he probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Have you ever considered a career opportunity in the skilled trades? Kalos Services will be hosting a job fair from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, March 23rd in Claremont. You'll be able to learn more about our open positions, our team, and the benefits we offer. No prior experience in the trades is required. To register, please visit kalosflorida.com/jobs or text or call 352-243-7099.
Are your energy costs through the roof? Call the company that has been in business for 20 years. FAS is now offering $500 off any window and or door project. A plain and simple deal that homeowners can receive at the time of signing. For a completely free in-home consultation, call FAS or visit us at faswd.com. We are also having a giveaway of $20,000 in window and doors with no purchase necessary. To enter for the giveaway, go to faswd.com/giveaway. That's faswd.com/giveaway.
Homeowners, are you ready to love your home again? Install Brick Paver can build eye-catching walkways, patios, or driveways. They can build custom fire pits for relaxing with your family. They even build outdoor kitchens and build retaining walls. Everything you need to create a perfect outdoor paradise. Install Brick Paver can do it with spectacular results. Go to installbrickpaver.com to see our amazing home makeovers. You can also get a free, no-obligation quote for your outdoor project. Call for free information now. 407-337-4040. Call 407-337-4040. Install Brick Paver is a family-owned and operated company with over 20 years' experience and fantastic Google reviews. We are Orlando's finest family-owned paving experts. Fire pits, pool decks, paver driveways, patios, and hardscaping. Install Brick Paver does it all. Call for your free estimate now. Get in early before our spring schedule gets booked. Call 407-337-4040. That's 407-337-4040.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What's up? I'm tired of feeling so bloated.
That used to be me. Then I got this.
Align Bloating Relief plus food digestion. A probiotic, right?
Yeah, it works naturally with your gut to help soothe occasional bloating and gas. Plus, it has vitamin B12 to aid digestion by helping convert food to cellular energy. 2 benefits, 1 capsule.
Align Bloating Relief plus food digestion from the #1 doctor-recommended probiotic brand. Get $5 off at alignprobiotics.com.
Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life, Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. We've even created a free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Knowing the value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home, your equity portfolio, or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance, and then get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Visit abacuspays.com to learn more and use our free policy value calculator today.
Real Radio is on X at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
There's only one place to watch this nonsense. At Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Hey, Jim and crew. This is Big Mark from Palm Bay. First-time caller, long-time listener. Hey, you want to know one thing that Mr. Beast doesn't have that you guys do have? Me. I'm a subscriber to your channel and not one of his at all. Don't care for him, don't really care about him. Doesn't affect me in any way. Peace.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that help. If you also hate Mr. Beast, please like our channel. We'd like to just go to JimColbertLive.com, go to the YouTube channel, and give us a like and a subscribe.
Yeah,
that helps
subscribe there. And if you like Mr. Beast, or even if you're ambivalent to him, subscribe to our channel.
Yes, it'll make you feel better about yourself. I know it does me. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. I'm Jim. Deb, Jack, and Ross are here as well. Okay, so it's National This today. Do you happen to know what I'm talking about by any chance?
No.
None of you do.
You're talking about the worst sandwich.
I'm talking about this is the worst sandwich.
Oh, and
I don't care what you say, in my opinion, and I've thought this as a kid. I remember being served these, and it's like, this is junk.
Can we guess?
Yeah.
Reuben.
No.
Bologna.
No.
Whatever sandwich it is, I'm going to defend it because I've never had a sandwich that I haven't liked.
You
liverwurst.
No.
That's what I was thinking.
This, I'm going to tell you, it's going to maybe shock you a little bit because it is a favorite. Like, it's an American institution.
Not a peanut butter and jelly.
No, that's off the table because there's no way.
Because I'm not a communist.
We'd be throwing down.
Yeah, right. I don't have to fight Jack today.
How about egg salad?
It is not egg salad.
Do not say my favorite BLT.
It is not BLT.
Okay.
This is my opinion, by the way. This is not like some collaboration of sandwich lovers across the U.S. have made a decision. I'm telling you.
So it's a National Sandwich Day, and you have a problem with
I believe this is the worst sandwich on the planet. I think if I would not eat this, I would almost eat any other sandwich.
Watercress.
No.
It's a fun time when you put it with the right stuff. You know?
I like when you break it.
Can I tell you? When you say the name of this, you don't even say sandwich. How about that? You don't say like ham sandwich. It's kind of like Reuben. Like you would say Reuben, you automatically know it's a sandwich.
The fancy one, Monte Cristo.
No, that's a damn good sandwich if you have a good heart.
Monte Cristo is the Satan of all sandwiches.
It is. When you deep fry a sandwich, it's bad news. But that one's a good news.
They come here to eat me.
Club sandwich.
It's not a club sandwich. I love a good club sandwich.
That has sandwich in the name. We need one without sandwich.
Yeah.
Meatloaf sandwich.
Yeah, it doesn't have the name sandwich in it.
And real fast, shout out to Club Sandwiches for having a small amount of engineering needed for each of what. I love the toothpick.
I haven't won in a while.
Mitch Hedberg's bit on Club Sandwiches is great.
Tuna fish sandwich.
It's not tuna fish sandwich. Again,
I love a good tuna fish
The name does not have the word sandwich.
She ain't picking up on that.
Like if I say it,
I'm just thinking of all the sandwiches.
I know we're running out, Deb.
If I say Philly cheesesteak, you know that's a sandwich, but I don't say sandwich.
Sub.
If I say Reuben, it's a sandwich, but I don't say the word sandwich.
A sub.
No.
Pastrami.
No. The worst sandwich on the planet. I don't care where you get it or whatever, without question, is a Sloppy Joe.
What?
Sloppy Joe is the worst idea for a sandwich in the history of sandwiches. Today is National Sloppy Joe Day.
Sloppy Joe is great.
And I saw Sloppy Joes. I'm like, who eats spaghetti meat on a bun? Because that's what a Sloppy Joe is, for the record. It's spaghetti meat on a bun.
Who gets this angry?
I do, because it sucks. And you can't eat them anywhere because it's basically one bite and the thing falls apart in your hand.
Yeah.
Now you're just eating a bowl of bread and meat.
Yeah.
Oh, and when
it's
your
almost
buns
like
get soggy?
No, it sucks.
It's almost like it's in the name. Sloppy.
I get it. It sucks. And I like sloppy, greasy burgers, and I like big, overstuffed Reuben sandwiches that spill out everywhere. But a sloppy Joe is a terrible idea. It is basically like if you were going to season hamburger meat and make it like spaghetti, and then you just put it on a bun. It's the worst idea.
So you like other sloppy sandwiches?
I do like some sloppy sandwiches, buddy. Wherever this is going, I do like them.
So the only problem that you have with that sandwich is the moment you have the Joe in your mouth. That's just you don't like the Joe part.
That has nothing to do with. I don't even know where Joe comes into play here.
Nobody does. Nobody knows why we call that a sloppy Joe.
I have no idea of the origin of sloppy Joe. I was so uninterested in a sloppy Joe that I didn't even bother doing any research on how the sandwich came about to begin with. But it's awful.
It's got a whole bunch of different sauces. Sloppy Joes are a fun time.
No, sloppy Joes are basically seasoned hamburger meat with like Italian tomato sauce.
I'm here for it.
And then you put it on a bun, and it's terrible.
And then you use, then you have Ruffles because they're sturdy enough to pick up the Joe that slopped out of the buns.
Perfect.
Oh,
You
yeah.
shouldn't have to have a tool to eat a sandwich.
Yeah,
you shouldn't have to have other food to eat food.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think I eat taco salad? Let's go.
I get it.
All right. So one theory of the sandwich's origin in 1917. My God, World War I.
200 years old. 100 years old. Somebody said 100% agree. Look, man. Listen, I'd love to hear from you. It's the worst sandwich out there.
Someone did text us at 77031 and guessed Sloppy Joe.
Yeah,
It
it's
was just one though.
Havana, Cuba. Oh my God!
Really?
It's a Cuban sandwich.
Is it really?
Sloppy Joe is, by the definition, a Cuban sandwich, but it was just made in Cuba by a bar owner, Jose Sloppy Joe Abil. There you go.
It's named after an actual guy.
It was named after the bar.
Does
the bar owner.
Does it say an origin? Like we know how like how potato chips came about. Like that was a guy bitching and moaning about the French fries being soggy. So the chef takes them back there and cuts the potatoes thin and fries them crispy as an FU to the customer, and it turned out being one of the biggest things he ever did.
Ropa Vieja?
Yeah.
What is it called?
Ropa Vieja.
Yeah, Ropa Vieja, and picadillo is what it was originally made out of. So like usually when you bite into, let's say, an empanada. Kind of that mixture,
shredded beef.
Yeah, that type of beef with a whole bunch of, a couple of vegetables and stuff.
Yeah, some tomato, spices, usually some onion, and maybe even a little bit of celery in there. Some people would put in theirs. God, I just do not like it, buddy. Don't like anything about it. It's terrible. It is terrible. Any sandwich you have to eat with a fork and knife is bad.
We get that. It's a pain.
Yeah, it is a pain.
But what about the taste?
I don't, man. Again,
better than S on a shingle.
If it was over pasta, would it be okay?
See, this is what's going to sound crazy.
Oh, yeah.
This is what's going to sound okay.
If you were to take that meat and put it over pasta and cover that with a little bit of Parmesan cheese, boy, you got me. Because that's where that beef belongs, over a bed of pasta, not on a bun. Because it's not built for a bun. Like sandwiches are supposed to have some body.
So
when you
why
put
is
that
it
thing up,
making
it
you
just kind
slobber?
of crumble. I'm not slobbering. My God, I hate them.
He's trying.
Can I tell you? I can't even remember the last time I had a sloppy Joe. I would not order one. If it was a sloppy Joe or a PBJ, I would eat the PBJ all day long.
Whoa. Mark that.
What I don't understand, though, is that, like, pasta, those are your
I understand, buddy.
Simple carbs,
I
bread.
understand. I get it.
Standard simple carbs.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Theoretically, it's the same thing, but we know it's not.
It's just like a shape thing.
No, because if you put ham and cheese on pasta, you look crazy.
Oh,
but yet on bread, it looks...
You put ham and cheese on pasta, I think you call that a carbonara, right?
No, you don't.
There is definitely a ham and cheese pasta dish out there.
It's prosciutto, but it's close.
Okay,
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Back in 1 sec with more of The Jim Colbert Show.
Your 30 seconds of airtime awaits. The Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. Follow Real Radio 104.1, tap the microphone, and speak.
Afternoon delays now reported all along I-4 in the Orlando area today, with the heaviest traffic being reported between US 27 and the 429 and between the Beach Line and 535. No major delays to report for those traveling on the Beach Line or on the 408. If you see traffic problems today, make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Amtrak. No one does spring travel like Amtrak. That's because now more kids ages 2 to 12 ride for 50% off. So not only will you travel comfortably, you'll save too. Book now at Amtrak.com. Restrictions apply.
Make the most of your spring break. Visit Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex, the only place where you can meet an astronaut, touch a moon rock, and stand nose-to-nose with the real Space Shuttle Atlantis, and even more. Launch into bold new territory this spring at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. A down-to-earth price is available as well. Blast off this spring. Make your vacation at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex an out-of-the-world experience. And here's how you do it. You take advantage of this new 2-day ticket offer, costing less than $45 per day, but offering maximum flexibility for the entire family. It's easy, too. Just visit KennedySpaceCenter.com for tickets and more information.
O'Reilly. Stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Orlando on Curry Ford Road next to Winn-Dixie, now through March 26th for the grand opening sale. You'll get 2 times O-Rewards points on select purchases, including 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for $35.95, and receive a $10 O'Reilly gift card after rebate. Plus, buy one, get one free Coca-Cola products at your new O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Nothing adds crunch to a salad quite like a fresh bell pepper. If the bell peppers you're buying don't sound like this, then they're not fresh from Florida. Florida bell peppers are grown right here in the Sunshine State by our hard-working local farmers. That means they're fresher, crisper, and have a way better. Bell peppers are in season now, so look for the Fresh from Florida logo or ask for it by name where you shop. Fresh from Florida, there's sunshine in every...
Do you need your contractor's license? In 4 short weekends with Camtech School of Construction, you'll be able to ace the state exam. Get legal, get licensed, get Camtech. Join us for a free info seminar this Wednesday night at 7 at the Orlando Wyndham Garden, 1-800-875-PASS.
Tommy Mello here, owner of A1 Garage Door Service. Springtime savings are here, and now is the perfect time to service your garage. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. Call A1 Garage today and receive the best service, best parts, and best warranty in the industry.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war in term life. Industry rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call for a free quote today. 800-200-2250. That's 800-200-2250. Don't wait. Call 800-200-2250. 800-200-2250. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
When you call me for an injury case, you don't pay a dime unless we win. The call and the advice are always free. Injured on the go, just call Mo. 866-CALL-MO. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorneys.
Introducing Tanzite Stone Tile Flooring, a game changer in the tile industry. Say goodbye to the trade-off between durability and easy installation with Tanzite's revolutionary indoor-outdoor stone tile. Visit Tanzite.com to see how our tile is installed without concrete or mortar. Instead, our innovative rubber gasket system connects the tiles together. Each tile coming pre-assembled, you simply grab one and place it. No expertise needed. At Tanzite.com, you can see how our foam back tiles contour to cover any existing floor while insulating against sound and cold. Beautiful and versatile. Tanzite tile adapts to indoor or outdoor use, from kitchens to patios, on concrete basements or wooden decks. All with the durability of stone that's guaranteed for life. Witness this innovative product yourself and order a sample today at Tanzite.com. That's TANZITE.com.
This is trial attorney Jeff Kaufman from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind. Yes, another attorney commercial. When people ask me what they should look for when they're hiring an attorney, I make it pretty simple. 1, has your attorney been practicing for more than 10 years? 2, do they pick up the phone when you call? And 3, do they actually care about you? If this works for you, contact us at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546. Office, Orlando.
Do you have AC needs? Turn to the experts at Carrier. Go to millsair.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because clients and character matter. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Are you offended? Obviously, we're only kidding. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show.
Hey, Jim, you are wrong about potato chips. Look up the history of Saratoga chips. It was all intentional and a race to get the crispiest. Oh, yeah, and toast your buns, man. They'll be a lot firmer.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031.
Sound like a man talking about your buns?
No, I don't know that he's right on the potato chip thing, but
Saratoga, he said?
Saratoga chips.
It's not that. Here's the thing. It's not that I didn't say what the first company was that made chips. That wasn't my thing. The chip was,
I'm going to continue to do this music.
The creation of potato chips was the Saratoga Springs, New York. I can't read this while I'm doing the show, damn. But I thought the story was that a guy kept complaining that his potatoes weren't crispy enough. So the chef went back into the kitchen and sliced them so thin and then overcooked them and brought them back out as a crispy pile of chips that he thought were ruined. And he put salt on them, and the customer loved them. And that's where it was kind of born, out of kind of spite for the chef not wanting to cook a potato the way that the customer wanted it, as opposed to the customer taking the potato the way the chef made it.
I'm trying. I try my best to avoid chips these days.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I remember
the number one deliverer of fat.
And that's why, because you were talking about that on air one day, and I was like, I always try to pick and choose my battles, and that's one of the battles that I have to win.
That is one of the occasional. I think if I read properly, outside of like milkshakes and ice cream, and I think ice cream is actually the number one, but for years, I believe the number one cause of obesity in America was the consumption of potato chips.
They're so easy.
Yeah, they're so easy and crunchy and delicious, and it's just so easy to eat an entire bag of them.
You eat them. My wife and I dome-pieced a big bag of them in a sitting this week.
It is so easy. Are you
Lost
kidding?
that battle.
It's so easy. You could sit and just watch a movie and eat potato chips like popcorn and not realize you just consumed, half a bag of potato chips at the tune of like 1,500 calories, not to mention the salt and oil.
And then what? I don't know about if this happens to you or anybody else out there, texting service, please let me know. I eat potato chips while I watch a movie, and then guess what happens? I can't hear the damn movie. So now I'm turning that up. They're Miss Vicky's. They're kettle cooked. That's triple the crunch.
Yeah.
Turn up the volume. Let me just watch Dune.
Yeah, Jack watched some movies this weekend. I mean, is your favorite movie snack still popcorn? Is that still the ruler of the roost, or do you guys substitute anything? Mine used to be, I had to have popcorn and peanut M&Ms because that combination is perfect.
I was really good. If I'm at home, pretzels was a good one for me, but that or popcorn. But I've been trying to just not snack because it kind of became a regular thing. It's like, oh, I have dinner, sit down, watch something, and then, okay, what am I going to eat now? Instead of being a treat, then it's a regular thing.
You gotta have popcorn.
I watched 2 movies without popcorn yesterday.
2?
2.
In a theater?
1 in a theater, 1 at home.
How do you go? I can come from dinner and go to a movie and I have to get popcorn.
Ate right before we went.
I feel it's an obligation to buy even a small popcorn. Are you a butter guy or a not butter guy?
That would be a not butter.
Yeah,
guy.
I'm a not butter guy as well. I don't want that butter oil on my popcorn.
Yeah.
A
little bit.
A little bit? Just a touch?
Just a little bit.
All right.
Do you like the cookie dough bites? You guys know about the cookie dough bites?
No, I'm not much into the theater candy at all, dog.
I can't
Peanut
afford
M&Ms
it.
is about the only thing. And like Jack said, who could afford paying $9 a Twizzler?
It's date night. You gotta,
You gotta stretch out a little bit.
Yeah. I don't go to the movies by myself, but
It's the sodas at movies that kill you because, you look at it and you're like, hey, I'll take a large soda, not realizing you can park your jet ski in the thing. When you get it, it's like literally 60 ounces. If you get a small, it's still like 44. And, they charge you so much. A popcorn and Coke at the movie right now is like, what, $19?
That's
$22, something like that?
Give or take.
Yeah.
What was the last movie you saw in the theater, Jim? What is it?
What do you think it is?
Top Gun.
Top Gun was the answer. Yeah,
Oh,
Top Gun's
man.
the last movie I saw in the theater.
And when do you think that? How long ago do you think that was?
That was probably a year and a half ago. Is that about a year and a half, 2 years?
I want to probably. I think it may have even came out in 2021.
Yeah, I think it's like 2 years. I think it was 2022 when that came out.
2022. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's. Deb, was the last movie you saw in the theater?
I want to say it was Encanto.
Oh yeah, But how long ago was that?
2 years.
Oh yeah, okay, about the same. And then Jack saw. Is it Poor Things?
So last night I watched Poor Things.
And then you watched the other one, which was
One Love, Bob Marley story.
and which, by the way, dominated the box office for like 2 weeks. And I mean, nobody really thought it was going to do it.
Still doing well,
and it's killing.
I thought after 2 weeks it would have been out, but nope.
So, out of curiosity, what made it so interesting? I mean, I know that Bob Marley's life is very interesting in itself. His legacy is interesting. He basically put a country on his back. But outside of that, I mean, was there any other thing about Bob Marley we did not know that you learned?
Yeah, well, and really the significance of what happened in the late 70s, and specifically 77, 78, and 79, when there was where Jamaica was looking like Haiti is today.
With, lawless.
Yeah, with that violence and stuff. And it was about, he wanted to do a concert for unity, but that's it was looked at that he'd be siding with one of the, sides if he did that. And then there was an assassination attempt.
Yeah, I was going to say
on him.
something. They tried to kill him a couple times, did they not?
Tried to kill him. And then he went, to London, and then he, wrote Exodus, his biggest album to date, where he kind of blew up. I mean, he was already world famous, but I mean, it just took it to another level after that. And it was just, and also he found out that's also where he found out he had cancer.
Yeah, lung cancer or stomach cancer.
I think it's like toe.
Deb and Ross each get half a point. It was an injury to his toe that wouldn't heal that sent him to the doctor to reveal a type of skin cancer. A
Wow,
melanoma
really?
That he had.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
I knew it was cancer. For some reason, I thought it was either lung or stomach.
Yeah. Then died in 81.
One of the first conspiracy theories that I could ever remember hearing was about the death of Bob Marley.
Like that he wasn't dead at all, actually?
Well, no, that he was dead, but that
he was killed.
That he was killed.
Yeah.
So he, and it's right before it starts. Ziggy's on there. You love him.
You told him so.
Yeah.
He'll never forget it.
And he said, he thanked you for coming to the movie. He said he was there for every day of shooting. He just wanted to
nice.
lend it to the authenticity of it. I've heard some things are not historically accurate.
Yeah.
I don't know. It might have to do with the forgiveness of the guy who shot him, but because it's like, well, isn't that nice the way that all wrapped up? And I'm not sure it actually happened that way.
Did he shoot him with a shotgun?
No, it was
a pistol.
Yeah, he had a revolver. So what I saw in the movie, I didn't fact check it, but he came into his home and and shot him from the living room, from the dining room into the kitchen, nicked him. But it was his manager who took several bullets. They survived, and then he also shot his wife at the time out in the car, right in the head.
Yeah.
And she survived.
Wow.
Dude,
Yeah.
what a terrible gun.
All it took a toe.
Yeah, like that.
And then Poor Things is getting a lot of attention, of course, at the Academy Awards. It was the surprise winner for the Best Female Actress. Emma Stone took that home, and that was not expected. Now, this is...
But also set, costumes, and
everything?
It won a few awards. I think it won like six Oscars.
Yeah, other than Oppenheimer, I think it was the big winner.
Yeah.
Worthy of those awards?
Absolutely.
Very good.
Absolutely. absolutely. I love it.
I've heard it's weird. AF, like
and
really odd.
You're right. And that is what my wife said. She goes, this is weird.
Really?
But yeah, it's like Edward Scissorhands meets
very Baz Luhrmann almost in a way.
Yes, I'd say that. And also like a little element of Get Out in it as
Really?
well. Yeah.
Wow. So what is this? What is this? What is it? Is it a thriller? Is it a sci-fi? A comedy? Is it a black comedy? Or a dark comedy?
Yeah, I would say
2024.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I'd say dark comedy.
I'm gonna change that up.
I'd say dark comedy. There were
dump that.
Definitely funny moment. I was laughing out loud at a few times in it. I know it was rated R. I was not expecting as much
rated R stuff.
Yes,
because Emma Stone maybe
naked.
Yeah,
a lot.
Really?
Yeah,
really.
Now,
where do you rent this?
Are you sure that it was?
It's on Hulu.
I'm looking forward to the movie. It's been on my to-do list ever since it came out. Mark Ruffalo, Emma Stone.
And by the way, he was nominated. He is fantastic.
He is such a beast.
But there's so many people in it who are so good.
I love when all these this is kind of the year where superhero actors got theirs. And I'm not saying financially.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they got theirs financially, but all those actors, massive, Hollywood actors finally getting awards for other projects. Robert Downey Jr., Mark Ruffalo. I mean, you're talking about Iron Man and the Hulk 8 years ago.
Exactly.
And now they are being respected, I think, appropriately.
Yeah. And Emma Stone was great. I think the first time I was introduced to Emma Stone was The Help.
Yeah.
Which was a really good movie.
Superbad?
I didn't see her in Superbad. I never saw Superbad.
Oh, that one's gonna sting.
Yeah.
That's gonna sting.
Just because I'm an adult.
But
oh god,
someone
I'm
else.
joking.
Back to
He's
Poor
above
Things.
comedy now.
Yeah.
Back to Poor Things. Willem Dafoe.
Was he really? I didn't know
He's
that.
in it as well.
Wow.
He has a huge role in it.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's on Hulu right now?
Yeah.
Well, I get that through HBO. I can do it.
Not sure how that
Another one. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. A very important rate is dropping. I'll tell you what that is next.
Real Radio is on Facebook at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Afternoon slowdowns are in full swing in the Orlando area along I-4, both east and westbound between the major attractions exits, as well as farther north in Sanford between the 429 exit and the St. Johns River Bridge. No major problems for those who plan on taking the Beach Line or the Greenway this afternoon. If you do see any traffic problems, just make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Audible. Come to Audible and discover the best selection of audiobooks without exception. Bestsellers, new releases, plus podcasts and exclusive Audible originals. You'll find everything you love all in one place. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
Jim Colbert Show question of the day. Find it in our YouTube chat. So on YouTube, you search Jim Colbert Show. Boom, it's there. You vote in the poll. We'll talk about the results at the end of the program. It's brought to you by the Home Builders Network. You find them at hbnusa.com. And the guy you're going to talk to is Mike, the home builder. And lucky you, because he is a wonderful human being, great individual, and he knows his stuff when it comes to home repair. It was a roof for me. 1 year ago, I needed a roof. I went to the Home Builders Network, and Mike put a roof on my home. I got gutters with covers, and guess what? It's been over a year. I have not had to clean out gutters, and that is pretty nice. Also, windows and doors. If you need to replace one window, maybe all of them, or even doors, he can handle it at the Home Builders Network. See what they can do for you. Go to hbnusa.com. Use someone local, someone you could trust, all at a fair price. It's hbnusa.com.
Tommy Mello here, owner of A1 Garage Door Service. Springtime savings are here, and now is the perfect time to service your garage. A1 is also your one call for garage floors and garage storage. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. If your garage door is noisy, if bugs are getting in, or if it struggles to open, your garage door is in need of a repair.
Call today and take advantage of our $29.95 tune-up special.
A1 from day one.
I'm Mark Anajar.
I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
Together, we're Anajar and Levine.
If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In Office Orlando. Orlando Science Center has spring break down to a science. Your child can play to learn in Kidstown. Now at Orlando Science Center, it's 4 floors of fun and discovery waiting for you. Explore the technology of transportation with Going Places. Build your own dream creation in the makerspace. Or get face-to-face with the T-Rex in the dinosaur exhibit. Little ones can splash, climb, and tinker their way to learning in Kidstown. And more. Admission includes access to all exhibits, movies, and live shows. Get tickets and info at osc.org.
Are allergies holding you back? Take control with Aspire Allergy and Sinus, your one-stop solution for a breath of fresh air. Our expert team offers comprehensive allergy testing and cutting-edge treatments so you can enjoy life without the hassles of sneezing and sniffles. Say goodbye to allergy and sinus struggles and hello to a healthier, happier you. Go to AspireAllergy.com today to ditch those temporary fixes and schedule your appointment. That's AspireAllergy.com.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
When you call me for an injury case, you don't pay a dime unless we win. The call and the advice are always free. Injured on the go, just call Mo. 866-CALL-MO. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorneys.
The number one cause of accidents is distracted driving, like cell phones, eating, and playing with the radio. So leave it right here on Real Radio. Injured on the go? Just call Mo.com. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorney.
Cento Family Moving and Storage is Central Florida's trusted source for local and long-distance moving. From packing to delivery, Cento Moving is fully licensed and insured to provide you a seamless moving experience so you can enjoy your new home in no time. Get a quote today at CentoMoving.com. Forget the stress, move with the best.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change-outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
Join Jim Colbert on The Jim Colbert Show for his Cigar of the Week segment every Friday afternoon at 3:45. You can pick up these featured cigars at all 3 Corona Cigar Company locations, Dr. Phillips, Heathrow, and downtown. Learn more at coronacigar.com.
The Lombardi may have been lifted, but that doesn't mean there's no football to talk about. It's the offseason, and there's no better way to stay up to date with the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast for news and fresh content all offseason long. From the start of free agency, where we'll break down familiar faces headed to new places, to the next generation of superstars walking across that stage at the NFL draft. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G business.
This is why YouTube was created at Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
Hey guys, it's Sergeant Dave. Jack, Ross, it was awesome getting to meet you guys at Just Okay. Jack, I really enjoyed the conversation that we had. It was definitely one of the highlights of my night. Have a nice week, guys. Thanks.
Sweet. What'd you talk to him about, buddy?
How he was a listener as a kid, went in the military, came out, was looking for a job, now is going back to school, but started listening very young, and he's been a listener throughout, and wherever he's gone, he's listening. His wife listens.
Damn, that's cool. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show right here on Real Radio. I am Jim. That is Deb.
Hello.
Jack.
Word.
And Ross.
Everything's doable.
Ray Trinley at the end of the show today. We'll have trivia coming up at about 20 and Ross thoughts at the top of the hour.
The tearjerker.
That's right. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man.
I cried hard over the weekend.
Jimmy cries all the time. Do you think you cry more than Jim?
What are you talking about? I cry all the time. I've gotten emotional on the air a couple of times. All the time, maybe a bit much. And by the way, buddy, that is a sign of a healthy psyche. Maybe you should mix in a tear or two.
I know.
Because you're a concrete, emotionless monster.
I know. I should be more like the Kelsey brothers.
Yeah.
I get it.
It sounds like you've been told that. Are we going to hear about this in the Ross today?
Absolutely, man. I bawled my eyes out.
Okay, buddy. That's fine. It's not, but that's fine. Whatever.
It was bad.
It better be a good. Buddy.
It's not a Publix commercial.
Okay, good.
Those get me.
Yeah,
every single time.
Yeah. Some rates up, some rates are down, right? What rates are down?
House financial.
No,
please, anything house.
It's not house finance, but I'm waiting on that too. But I'm praying it goes down. Nope, not that. This is
mortgage rates haven't dropped a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. They have a little bit. They're supposed to drop more by the end of the year. This is a rate that's talked about pretty often, by the way. And you got to think sometimes maybe it's not a number, maybe it's something else. I mean, it obviously is a number, but it isn't applied to finance like you're thinking. And the reason why
Bitcoin
is really interesting, and I think it's like a modern look at this, and why it would be so different.
What people going to college?
That's a really good guess.
Ooh.
It's more along those lines.
Savings.
No.
Going to trade schools.
It's dropping. This rate is dropping, and that's good.
People in debt.
No. The divorce rate is dropping.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, and even
People
better.
can't
Hey, how
afford
about
it.
this? And even better, the marriage rate is up. So these are good numbers. Now, this is from CNN Health. It says after the COVID-19 lockdowns, 2022 was a year of marriages. The number of marriages took a dive around the start of the pandemic, but for the past two decades and after the pandemic, the numbers have gone up. And not by a whole bunch, but it has. And you got to remember, this is a number that's been steadily rising. In other words, the rate has been getting higher for divorces, right? Not so much anymore. So they're going down. And it says in 2022, the divorce rate was 2.4 per 1,000 people, although that isn't the lowest it's ever been. In 2021, it was 2.3. But by comparison, the rate of divorces in 2000 was 4 per 2,000 or 4,000 people, which means that's a relatively big decline, almost in half compared to what it was just a few years back.
Let's go.
Now, let me ask you this. Why do you think that's the case? Here's where the interesting stuff happens.
I'm going to go with Jack. They can't afford it.
Why do you think that's the case? And I will tell you, I'll give you each a guess. And to be honest with you, in my perspective, this is kind of a monumental shift in the idea of marriage. What they say is happening right now.
They're getting married older.
No, but that is a really good guess.
Yeah, that was. I'm snapping for that one.
Yeah,
The funny
I want
thing
you to
is,
rethink that because I like that.
No, but I got to tell you,
it's right.
But I think her answer actually is maybe a byproduct of what the answer is.
They're waiting until they're in established careers.
No,
waiting until they have their own homes.
Mm-mm. A licensed marriage and family therapist said this on CNN during their interview.
More couples are in therapy. They're getting couples therapy.
More prenups.
The individual therapy.
Jack is closer. Jack is closer.
Yeah.
Here's what happened. During the pandemic, couples, like you were saying, it was difficult to move around or do anything. Couldn't make any moves. Even if you were not getting along so much with your spouse, the idea of getting divorced during the pandemic, finding and just going through that, made people turn inward and figure their relationships out a little bit more.
Oh, good.
So that's exactly what happened. It said over the past decade, and there's another shift, but this is exactly what happened. It said what happened is that people started looking at and being shut down. They started kind of figuring out, well, is this going to work? If it's not going to work, but they were closed in, so they had to figure out how to get along, and it made people kind of talk about what was really important in the relationship to them, and then come to the conclusion that they could kind of support that, And almost basically what it did was force that conversation, one that wasn't being had because I was at the ball field, mom was here, dad, where the paths never really crossed to get that over. But there is another bigger part of this that I think is actually going to extend further down the road. And I think it's because of a new generation of people, maybe even younger than Ross, to see how they look at the institution of marriage. And this guy says this. This is Ian Kerner, who is a licensed marriage and family therapist. He says, quote, in my practice over the last decade, I've noticed a gradual shift from the romantic marriage to the companionate marriage.
Hell yeah, that's where I'm at.
Meaning that people are increasingly choosing spouses at the outset who are more like best friends than passionate partners. It says doing so may lead to problems with attraction, but it also means that those people are choosing partners based on qualities likely to promote long-term stability and satisfaction. In other words, it's like the way that you're finding your partner is even different. It's almost like, when you look at the dating apps, it's almost like what they're saying is that men and women both, by the way, this isn't, from what I understand here, this isn't dominant by either of the sexes. It's pretty much across the board how this is happening. Younger people, before they even consider marriage, think to themselves, am I really going to be able to get along with this person forever? Yeah, we have great sex. Yeah, we're very attracted to each other, but we also have these bombastic blowouts maybe a little bit that are, that maybe over 20 years may become a little bit insurmountable. So what they're doing is, and this really kind of goes back, this is like a double layer thing for me. This goes back to a study I read about 5 years ago when I said, I tell people and I tell my kids, the number one asset in the workplace right now is what?
Likability.
Likability is the answer, buddy. The number one asset in the workplace is likability. Now that's moved on to marriages. I'm going to marry somebody I like, and then I'll learn to love them. That's basically what they're saying here. I'm going to find somebody who has the best, who likes my music, who likes the kind of movies I like, who likes the kind of comedy I like, who likes going to the certain places. Maybe they're skiing people, not beach people. I like people who go on cruises. And I'm going to go find somebody that likes all that stuff, and then I'll learn how to be attracted to them. I'll hope that attraction kind of catches me because of all the things we have in common. That's how he frames what marriage looks like right now.
God, that feels...
Is it weird?
Very accurate over here.
Does it really?
Unbelievably.
Really?
Unbelievably. I remember when I proposed and all of that, and people are always like, how'd you know she's the one? I'm like, I don't even know if I believe in the whole one stuff.
Right.
I mean, if I was raised in Idaho, I don't think I would ever have met this individual. So I don't know how that works out. With that said, I knew for a fact she is still and will, if all goes to plan, will always be the only individual that I looked at objectively as the right decision, a good decision. Her strengths
checked all the boxes.
Her strengths are exactly where my weaknesses are, and my strengths are kind of, I don't want to boast too much, but a little bit over on her weaknesses as well. It felt like I was ordering a $15 smoothie.
Right.
It felt like I was ordering a bunch of fruits and vegetables, where in other relationships, it was all chocolate cake.
Yeah. It's interesting, though, because you guys disagree about stuff, right?
Oh, wait, the time.
Black women?
Dessert.
But, I kind of thought about this. I'm like, do you want somebody that you agree with everything on?
No.
I don't know if there is someone.
But do you want that partner? Can I tell you? What if it's even 70%? Are you with a partner that you agree with 70% of your life on?
Oh, I'm good with that.
Yeah?
I don't know. Because it depends on what it is. I'm fine with having like a half disagreement, half agreement thing. But there's like 5 or 6 things that I know going into any relationship that we're going to have to agree on.
I think that's probably most relationships, right? I mean, there's going to be certain faith stuff if that's how you guys roll. If you have a faith thing going on, you want to make sure you're balanced there. You want to make sure you're balanced like with some of the stuff. I don't even think you have to like the same music, right? My wife and I we like some of the same music, but she likes country music, and I don't really listen to country music all that much.
That was a big moment for falling in love with my wife.
Because she liked the same music?
Not even the same music, but it was one song.
But she also games with you, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't even imagine. Well, my wife actually would game, but it's like the old games. It's not like gaming now.
That's fine.
But we had one of those like little Pac-Man boxes that has all the old Atari games and stuff in there.
Bring it back.
And we would play that occasionally. That was kind of fun.
But it was Mars Volta Roulette Dares Dream Of is the name of the song, and we were belting that song out as she was sitting shotgun. I remember everything. I remember the exit that I drove by. It was Conroy's exit when we were singing and we were belting, and I just hit me like, God, I am obsessed with this individual.
It says here, at its bare minimum, the concept of commitment implies the experience of being bonded with another. At its very best, it means being bonded with someone who is consistently safe and secure, and to give you a home base. It'll be there in the face of any adversities. So it's almost like people are choosing that option simply because they don't want any. They want the least amount of rough road, the least amount of speed bumps. They're going to go in like, hey, well, I know my wife likes this, or I know my husband likes this, so I don't have to worry about that aspect of our relationship. How's this hit you, Jack?
Being best friends, yes. No, it totally makes sense because with my wife, that's my best friend. So we like hanging out. It just everything else works after that.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, but there are people who get in relationships. You look at maybe you have a great sex life.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you're very attracted to your wife physically.
Mm-hmm.
You get involved with a relationship like that, and you're like, well, maybe that stuff wasn't worth basing a relationship on. But now they're flipping the switch and saying, well, maybe we'll go to the other stuff first,
right?
And we'll deal with the outer package later.
And that's it. It's when you're picking the relationship, when you are trying to decide, is this the person I want to pursue? And usually it's that, for the longest time, it's that physical attraction. That, like, yes, please. And, beyond. And that's why, I'm still not sure with the dating apps if their percentage is better on couples' longevity than just meeting people in bars, because it seems like when you are connecting on personality-based traits as opposed to just looks, that it should create that stronger bond.
Yeah, and somebody just texted and said, well, you still have to be attracted to the person.
Agreed.
But can I tell you something? Man, they don't even really mention that in this. I mean, they are talking like literally like, hey, I'm going to go to the pool here. I'm going to catch me a fish that does all the fish stuff that I like, and I'll just deal with how the fish looks after the fact, because really down the road, it's not going to really matter a whole bunch. I still want to have those things in common. I mean, you and Chris don't
no, we do not.
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys, we talk quite a bit about that. You don't have a ton of stuff in common. You guys
opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a conservative Republican. I mean, let's just start there. Good church-going boy.
He's not much of a rock and roll fan?
He's an 80s baby.
Yeah, 80s baby. There
he's
you go.
He's an 80s
but you
baby.
But you listen to hip-hop. He doesn't do that.
Tool, hip-hop.
Yeah.
But he also lets me be myself.
Yeah.
And it's the first relationship in my life where I don't have to apologize or change something. He loves me for who I am, and for me, that is priceless. And the older I get, the more I realize that you don't need to talk everything out.
Well, explain that one, because I have to find. I'm going the opposite way.
Are you?
Like I'm becoming way more transparent with my wife than we.
No, transparency, absolutely. But we need to talk.
Oh, okay. You don't have those?
No, there really isn't. Now, for the important stuff, yes.
Yeah.
But that's where you really boil it down and ask yourself, is this worth the conversation?
Well, that's really a subjectivity when it comes to the importance of the subject, right?
Because is the important?
Yeah, because this could be very important to me, and if that person doesn't think that's important, well, that could even be a problem right there.
Right.
And that can be some of the things they do have in common on what they believe is important enough that requires a conversation.
Right.
And the things that are, we can let that slide.
Right.
Exactly.
Not necessarily if he steps on a little miniature chimney or something, in his barefoot.
What's that we can deal with? But if you go and kill an animal or something like that, then we're going to have a talk.
What's the biggest problem? What's the biggest thing you think your wife deals with you guys? Like, what's the biggest thing? Like, if you were to say, my wife has to deal with this with me, what would it be?
Oh, yeah.
For me, during golf season, during the major seasons, for like the Masters, U.S. Open and stuff, I'm just straight up about it. Like, I'm going to watch golf from like noon or 1 until dark. And she hates it. And she hates football season as well.
Yeah.
I mean, loathes football season.
And Naomi was like that until this year. And then she started watching. And we started with the Netflix quarterback series.
Yeah, but that's because
they told the story.
That's life stuff.
They told a story. And then we transitioned into the regular season. And she watched games with me. And it was this has been one of my favorite football years, and I watch more football because we were watching it together as opposed to me having to carve out time alone to be able to, see it. And then it's like, oh, Monday nights, what am I doing? Sunday nights, I'm, watching more games.
What's the biggest thing she tolerates from you?
Me being right about everything. It's
got to be annoying.
It's got to be annoying. And I feel for her. I feel for her.
I think you gave us the correct answer, just thinly veiled.
Did I veil that? I'm sorry.
What is yours? What do you think that is the toughest thing that your wife has to deal with you?
I've got like 4 or 5 that I can rattle off.
Okay, I'm just looking for one, boss.
It would have to be. I would have to say vaping, dude. I straight vape, dude. I vape.
Ripping clouds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, she'll see me like sneaking it every now and then.
Oh, man.
Depending on where we're at. So like
hiding it from mom?
Yeah. So I'm like, exhaling through my shirt.
Yeah. What about you? What is the thing that Chris has to deal with the most with you?
Oh, probably being moody.
Yeah. Are you moody?
I can be.
Why?
I don't know. It just depends.
Because she's a human.
Yeah,
I know, but I mean,
it's moods. They change. We made a ring about it.
What is Man, I have to mark that. Anybody gets a mood ring hit. What is his for you?
Well, we watch a lot of
Cubs baseball.
Oh man, baseball season is getting ready to kick off, and before that, it's wrestling.
Yeah, my wife says the day after Super Bowl is her favorite day because I get my husband back because I like to watch football.
It's one day out of the week.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah,
dog.
exactly.
Come on.
No,
it's not. It's Thursday. It's Monday night. It's Sunday, dude. I get them all.
It's Sunday all day.
All day.
It's
all day Sundays, Monday nights, and Thursday.
And then when you come home on a Monday night and your wife's like, "Hey, baby, what's going on?" I'm like,
"Game starting in 30 minutes."
Because she doesn't know. She doesn't have. I don't want to say it. She's like, "Is it football?" And then she just slams the door on her way into the bedroom. I'll see you in February.
There's some. Another thing that I know that she has to deal with is that the older I get, the more I expect out of myself.
Uh-huh.
And then the more I expect out of myself, well, what is part of myself?
Is her.
My marriage.
Yeah.
So, and it's also what I personally expect out of the marriage is also just because those are my expectations. I agree. That's not necessarily super fair for me to immediately assume that those are yours.
What's the thing that she does that you have to deal with the most?
Oh, dog. Oh, God. Just got the ring on. Got to be careful here, Jack. Pro move.
You mean help you out a little bit? I got one for you.
Oh, well, look at that. She's listening. She texted me. FIFA is the answer. I play a lot of FIFA.
Do you really?
Yeah. Big fan of FIFA.
Mine is my wife. My wife does this. She locks her car in the garage. So when I walk across the house to get into her car, I have to unlock the car because she locks it while it's in our garage. While the door is closed, the car is locked. And then she forgets her phone every 5 seconds. She never knows where her phone is. And she has to have reading glasses now. I love you so much, honey. And she never brings them. So she's always ganking my reading glasses. Always. And when I'm looking at the menu, she'll just stare at me as if to say, I'm supposed to have those now. Right. But those are the worst things. I mean, she does that. That's it. Oh, more?
I was waiting for approval. She's messy. I can say it. She let me say it. She's super messy. Very messy. Doesn't put anything back. The dishwasher could be open and the sink is full of dishes and you just put them right there. It's like 2 feet away. I already put all the hard work in.
Wow.
The dishwasher's open.
Ross Jack. Which one is it?
She gave you that?
Yeah, thank you. I love you, babe. Thanks.
I don't know if she quite expected that explosion.
How about yours?
There you go.
What is the...
she's nailing life right now. Nope, everything is good.
Now that's a pro move.
She is crushing it.
100% zero.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Yeah. I had to go out of the picture for that one. My apologies. Jack, you're my hero. And you always have been.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, 407-916-1004. A shout out to the perfect Naomi Bradshaw.
Yeah. It's like we just watched the audio equivalent to Neo dodging bullets.
Exactly right. All right, 407-916-1041. Now, I have to tell you, usually I kind of have an idea what is in the sauce jar. No clue right now, so let's find out together. We'll do trivia next. Load them up.
Real Radio is the news Junkie.
I don't know that anybody watches a Jeffrey Dahmer series on Netflix and like, I'm going to eat a dude today. Damn it. Don't use that against me, please. I don't know.
I mean, it's too late.
The News Junkie. Weekdays at 11 on Real Radio 104.1.
This is three-time Pro Bowler LeVar Arrington. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
UConn is the unanimous #1 in the final college basketball coaches poll this season. They leapfrog Houston for the top spot there. As for Stetson, they'll go up against the Huskies in the NCAA tournament on Friday. UCF hosts USF in the NIT's first round. That one's tomorrow. And 7 Rays pitchers combined for 10 strikeouts, and Nick Meyer homered in Tampa Bay's spring training win over Atlanta today. I'm Scott Davidson.
Staples Print Big Sale means the more you print, the more you save. Get $20 off your print purchase of $100 or more, $50 off your print purchase of $200 or more, and $100 off your print purchase of $300 or more. Offer ends 4/6. See staples.com/print for details. Print more, save more at Staples.
You know, we talk about this roller coaster ride that is Florida weather all the time, and here it is happening to us right in our face. This past weekend was like 88 degrees Saturday and Sunday, and the high tomorrow is 70. But it'll be hot again soon. That is why you need Mills Air on the job. Their preventive maintenance plan is a must if you live in Central Florida. Here's why. You don't want it to be 88 degrees, then hit your thermostat and your AC like, nah, I ain't feeling it. I'm not going to work today. Mills can help you get rid of that. That preventive maintenance plan will make sure your AC is ready to go at all times. And they can tell you if you're going to have problems in the future. You don't want that when it comes to August. Get Mills Air on the job. These guys have been doing it for 30 plus years. Their techs know all these brands inside and out. Plus, they're carrier factory authorized dealers, and here's why that matters. Up to $1,275 in rebates towards a brand new Carrier unit. You could always turn to the experts at Carrier, and certainly turn to the experts at Mills Air. These guys are family owned and operated and treat you like a king. They're awesome. Call and schedule that appointment today. It's 407-277-1159. You can also make that appointment online at millsair.com.
Homeowners, are you ready to love your home again? Install Brick Paver can build eye-catching walkways, patios, or driveways. They can build custom fire pits for relaxing with your family. They even build outdoor kitchens and build retaining walls. Everything you need to create a perfect outdoor paradise. Install Brick Paver can do it with spectacular results. Go to installbrickpaver.com to see our amazing home makeovers. You can also get a free, no-obligation quote for your outdoor project. Call for free information now. 407-337-4040. Call 407-337-4040. Install Brick Paver is a family-owned and operated company with over 20 years' experience and fantastic Google reviews. We are Orlando's finest family-owned paving experts. Fire pits, pool decks, paver driveways, patios, and hardscaping. Install Brick Paver does it all. Call for your free estimate now. Get in early before our spring schedule gets booked. Call 407-337-4040. That's 407-337-4040.
Frank Gay has something cool for you. Keep your AC running smoothly with a tune-up for only $89 for a limited time. Friendly, speedy, and expert service. That's the Frank Gay way. Visit frankgayservices.com or call for details.
Looking for an exciting career in construction? Kalos Services is hiring. Saturday, March 23rd from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Find out more at kalosflorida.com/jobs or text 352-243-7099 to find out more.
Spring is in the air, but so are airborne allergens like tree pollen, grass, mold, and ragweed. If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage springs into action quickly, helping you breathe more clearly in just 30 seconds. And you don't need a never-ending cycle of decongestants that can leave you feeling drowsy. Navage is the fast and easy drug-free allergy solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Get Navage today so you can get outdoors and enjoy your favorite springtime activities. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations, like 24/7 comedy.
If they were really donut holes, the bag would be empty.
When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
Should we call someone? I'm like, no, that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
The Fed's new FedNow system is all about surveillance and control. Secure your assets today with something Washington cannot manipulate. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon, and I recommend diversifying your retirement into a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get a free info kit by texting the word SHELTER to 989898. Do this right now. Text SHELTER to the number 989898 and get a free info kit from Birch Gold. There's no obligation or purchase required.
Message and data rates may apply.
Seminole Hard Rock Tampa is excited to bring you live craps, roulette, and sports betting. All under one roof, hotter than the Florida sun. Feel the luck of the dice, watch the roulette wheel spin, and scream for your touchdown as the big screen comes alive. Dine like a rock star, sip cocktails that shimmer, then dive into the heart of Las Vegas right here in Tampa Bay. Live craps, roulette, sports betting is here. Get in on the action now. Only at Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Tampa, located off of I-4 near I-75. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-10-MINUTE.
There's only one place to watch this nonsense. At Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Yeah, I've been married to Evil Eye for 23 years now. Sometimes we like each other, sometimes we don't, but you just never know.
That's right.
Oh, Mrs. Evil Eye called.
Yeah, you never know. That's right. I didn't think you let her talk. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb is right there.
Hello.
Jack is here as well.
Yeah.
And Ross has the sauce jar. Let's find out what's up for grabs. Do it now, friend.
All aboard!
Chugga chugga.
Clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
I have a pair of tickets to see Orlando City SC versus Austin FC. Sure, it was a rough start of the season, but you can be there this Saturday to see the official turnaround against Austin FC at Internco Stadium. This is also kind of a really special match because Orlando City is kind of celebrating a retro 90s vibe, and they're bringing an I Love the 90s concert right after the match presented by Internco. The concert will feature Vanilla Ice, Rob Bass, and Montel Jordan. 90 minutes of soccer, a whole bunch of 90s concerts. Why not? Let's find out. And that is your Sauce Jar, which is always brought to you by
Cento Family Moving and Storage. Go local and support a family-owned and operated Orlando moving and storage company. Just make sure you mention the Jim Colbert Show because that's going to get you a discount. Book them today at CentoMoving.com. That's CENTO. Moving.com. Aggro clickety clack. Back to you.
Thanks, Deb. I appreciate that. Ross, who was first today, buddy?
Well, you know his addition. Let's welcome James.
All right, James.
It's biblical.
James, right there on line 2. James, how you doing, boss?
I'm doing great.
That's good to hear, James. Would you like to play a little game with us?
I would love to.
All right, buddy. Let's do it then.
Do you want to play a game?
No Definatrix today.
All right, James, this is a very easy game. Got a question here for you. 4 answers. One of them is untrue. It's a lie. I made it up. If you can sniff that one out, boss, I'll send you out to see Orlando City Soccer this weekend and check out some cool stars from the 90s. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go. On this day in 1837, that's 1837, 22nd and 24th President of the United States, Grover Cleveland, was born on this day. Here are 3 fun facts about Grover and 1 steamer of a lie.
Cleveland. Got it.
I know.
Number 1, Grover isn't his real first name.
Thank God.
His full name is Stephen Grover Cleveland. Number 2, as president, Grover Cleveland started every day with a breakfast of steak, eggs, and a shot of bourbon. Number 3,
Attaboy.
President Cleveland's wife was the first widowed wife of a president to remarry. Or lastly, before becoming a lawyer and politician, Cleveland taught at the New York Institute for the Blind. Which of those is a lie?
Number 4.
No, buddy, that's absolutely true. Before becoming a lawyer and politician, Grover Cleveland taught at the New York Institute for the Blind. Who's next, buddy?
It's Cody with a T.
Cody with a T up top. Cody, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Not much, buddy. We're talking about Grover Cleveland here. Which one of these is untrue? Number 1, Grover isn't his real first name. His full name is Stephen Grover Cleveland. Number 2, as president, Grover Cleveland started every day with a breakfast of steak, eggs, and a shot of bourbon. Or lastly, President Cleveland's wife was the first widowed wife of a president to remarry.
I'm going to go with the first one.
No, that's true, buddy. His name is Stephen Grover Cleveland, and the reason he started using Grover is he got picked on in school, Stephen Cleveland. Oh, Stevie Clevey. Stevie Clevey. So the kids made fun of his name, so he started going by Grover, which apparently was perfectly cool.
Yeah, you know your parents goofed up when you prefer Grover.
Seriously.
Who's next?
Call me by my middle name, Nebuchadnezzar. Let's welcome Mark.
Mark right there on line 3. Mark, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing great.
You got
How you doing?
Good, buddy. You got a 50-50 shot at winning a pretty cool prize here, going over to Orlando City Soccer this weekend, not only to see the match, but to see Vanilla Ice, Montel Jordan, and Rob Bass. Which one of these is a lie, boss? As president, Grover Cleveland started every day with a breakfast of steak, eggs, and a shot of bourbon. Or President Cleveland's wife was the first widowed wife of a president to remarry.
Oh, it's a tough call. Let's go with the breakfast one.
You're a winner, buddy. Yeah. Put you on hold. You a couple tickets to go out this weekend to the Orlando City Soccer match. Check out Vanilla Ice, Rob Bass, and Montel Jordan afterwards. Enjoy your prize, Mark. You are a winner for sure. That's right. I don't know what he had for breakfast. I just made that up. Look, he's fat, and it seemed plausible.
Right. It did seem very plausible.
Not the biggest president either yet, though. You know who that was, right?
FDU
Taft.
Taft is the biggest. Yeah.
What is it? Is Taft on? No,
Yeah.
never mind.
Well, I think it's William H. Taft. Is it Billy Taft? Oh, Bill. That's what they called him in the day.
It's William H. Macy.
Yeah,
Come on, get it right.
Some other things about President Cleveland you may have not known before we get over to Ross Thoughts and talk about why he cried all weekend.
Oh, whatever, dude.
Currently, he's the only president to have served 2 non-consecutive terms. Of course, that could happen this year as well if Donald Trump is reelected. He will be the only other president to have served 2 terms, non-consecutive. He's the only president to get married at the White House. He got married in the White House.
That's cool.
What a flex.
His daughter, Esther, was the only child of a president born in the White House. So apparently they had some staff there, I guess, that had kids there. And that's why they say president and not the only person.
Right.
And then the last one is the craziest. Check this. So his wife, and I want to say her name is Esther, his wife, because he named his daughter after her. His wife's, oh God, how do I explain this?
Is this the Jerry Springer
Grover
thing?
Cleveland was an attorney. And when a buddy of his died, he was the executor of the estate. And because there was no mother involved, he was partially responsible for taking care of this guy's kids. One of those kids happened to be Esther, the woman he wound up marrying. So in other words, Grover Cleveland was a legal guardian of the woman that he wound up marrying.
Still not as weird as Woody Allen.
At just 21 years old, she is currently the youngest in history, the youngest first lady ever at 21 years old.
Isn't this,
Cleveland was 49 when they got married.
Isn't this what Woody Allen did?
Well, it was. I think Woody's was worse. It was his stepdaughter.
that was his-
I mean, they weren't related. He was just an executor of this estate. I mean, there was no relation there. He was just kind of overseeing her.
They
as
adopted the Allen, Woody Allen.
Soon Yi.
Yeah, they adopted her, right?
Yeah, Soon Yi Previn. Is that what it was?
Yep.
And then he wound up marrying his stepdaughter.
after his wife at the time found his adopted daughter that he had taken care of basically since she was like 2.
Right.
And then Mia Farrow found photos that the two of them had taken, and that's how the lid was blown off of their relationship.
So, I mean...
Still celebrated, too.
They're pretty similar events there.
Not even close.
They're not even close. He's dating, as a guardian, he's dating his daughter.
Well, I don't think he's changing her diaper, dude. I mean, you got to remember.
Woody Allen was changing diapers.
It was just a legal guardian thing where he was just making sure, that she was fine.
Bills were paid.
Like he wasn't sleeping in the same house or anything like that. He was just kind of overseeing her.
And was that post-presidency or was that in the middle of the boat to presidency?
He got married in the White House. She was 21 years old. She's the youngest first lady in the history of our country.
Or 1 decade later.
Oh, my God.
Thoughts?
Yeah, it's true, man. I cried hard over the weekend. But I think I want to say Jimmy V said this, right?
Yeah, Jimmy Valvano?
Yeah. You remember Jimmy V's famous speech? If you laugh, if you cry, then you had yourself a full day.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely laughed this weekend, and I definitely cried. And I'll tell you exactly why I cried, why it's very embarrassing that I cried over this. And you know what? While we're at it, when in Rome, I'll tell you everything that I'm embarrassed that I've cried over.
Okay, we'll do that next.
All the cool kids are doing it, and you want to be like the cool kids, don't you? Well, don't you? The Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. Follow Real Radio 104.1, tap the microphone, and speak.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Slow traffic continues on I-4 this afternoon, east and westbound by the major attractions exits. Looking at stop-and-go delays due to a crash reported on Colonial Drive at Hiawassee Road. No major delays for those taking the Beach Line or the Greenway this afternoon. Traffic moving well north and southbound on Florida's Turnpike. If you run into problems on the roadways today, make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Osceola East Emergency. HCA Florida Osceola East Emergency in St. Cloud at 4920 East Erlo Bronson Highway is now open 24/7. Visit HCAFloridaHealthcare.com to learn more. This emergency department is part of HCA Florida Osceola Hospital. This is not an urgent care center. Its services are billed at hospital rates.
This is Steve Kramer. Let me tell you a business secret. There are sketch companies out there selling awards. Make sure the awards earned by your lawyer are from respected organizations. At Trenley Kramer Law, our lawyers have been recognized by Orlando Magazine Best Lawyers, Florida Trend Legal Elite, Super Lawyers, and listed in U.S. News as a best law firm for years. We've earned the awards that can't be bought. Trenley Kramer, TK Law, onefirmforlife.com.
It's time to fall in love with your home all over again with new windows from Renewal by Andersen. And Renewal by Andersen couldn't make the process any easier for you. First, just give them a call. Visit rbafla.com or stop by their showroom right off Lee Road in Winter Park to schedule a free in-home consultation. Then they're going to meet in the comfort of your home at a time that's convenient for you, so the design consultants from Renewal by Andersen can see exactly what the vision is for your home. Lastly, sit back and relax because you've chosen a company that can handle your replacement project from start to finish, and you can get started now. During the month of March, buy one window and or patio door and get 40% off. Plus, no money down, no payments, and 0% interest for 12 months. Again, visit rbafla.com for details. Some restrictions apply. Official partner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. License number CGC 1527613.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Do you have information about a violent crime? Help solve crimes with your anonymous tips at crimeline.org. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Your tips make a difference. Say it here. It's anonymous at crimeline.org. Paid by CSTF.
The Golden State Warriors are making the cross-country trip to face off your Orlando Magic on Wednesday, March 27th. It's the Warriors' only visit to Kia Center this season, so don't miss out. Get your tickets today at OrlandoMagic.com.
This is trial attorney Jeff Kaufman from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind. Whenever you hear the words, "This call is being recorded," understand this is not for your benefit. In my experience representing thousands of clients over 25 years, I have seen insurance companies use these recordings to deny responsibility and avoid paying medical expenses. Let your attorney do your talking for you. Contact us at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546. Office, Orlando.
Let me tell you a story. I had a client who got injured. He only asked for the insurance company to cover his rent for 3 months. They said no. We ended up getting him $325,000. Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando's injury attorneys. Prospective client may not obtain the same or similar results.
At International Diamond Center, nobody tells our story better than our own non-commissioned diamond experts.
In the 17 years that I've been in this industry, I have never been able to offer my clients the things that I can offer at IDC.
What's best about our company is that we have access to far more options than most retailers typically do.
None of us are paid on commission at all, so our interests are pure.
We always encourage people to shop around because we know that our prices are good enough. You will be back.
It's not a selling environment at all. We want to know what's most important to you and help you get there.
We take care of your ring for life. We invite you in as an extension of our family.
It's about helping each client achieve what they want, to become a hero.
When we approach it in such a straightforward manner, it's refreshing. They almost look at you with a sigh of relief, like you take the mystery away.
The merchandise that we have is unmatched. The prices that we have are incredibly competitive. Our quality is unsurpassed.
International Diamond Center. Discover the difference. Our people. Get store hours, directions, and more at shopidc.com.
Are your energy costs through the roof? FAS Windows and Doors is now offering buy 3, get 1 free windows on any project. This is a plain and simple deal that homeowners can receive at the time of signing. FAS also offers 24-month financing. No money down, no payments, and no interest for 24 months with this new financing option available from FAS. For a completely free in-home consultation, call FAS Windows and Doors today or visit us online at FASWD.com. That's FASWD.com.
Cento Family Moving and Storage is Central Florida's trusted source for local and long-distance moving. From packing to delivery, Cento Moving is fully licensed and insured to provide you a seamless moving experience so you can enjoy your new home in no time. Get a quote today at CentoMoving.com. Forget the stress, move with the best.
In this week's Marketers Report, Angela Zapata, CMO Hyundai Motor America, discusses measuring audio.
The measurement capability within audio, I think, surprised all of us. We have seen a huge return on our investment. Seeing real numbers has helped us continue to invest.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the data, audiences, and influencers you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
We are professional grade at Orange Buick GMC. Online at orangebuickgmc.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Find out at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. The Jim Colbert Show, streaming live on YouTube. Watch us talk.
Yo, Ross coming in with the old school Mars Volta references. That was off of like D-Louse in the Comatorium, wasn't it? That was old school, back when I was in high school. Me and my high school sweetheart bonded over that music too, man. That's great that you found somebody like that too, man. It's awesome. Man, thanks for that like little flashback. All right, y'all have a good one. Peace.
See you, boss. He's got that I had a really good weekend voice.
Yeah, he does.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. If you want to check us out on YouTube, you can do that. JimColbertLive.com. Slide over there while you're watching. Give us a subscribe and like. We like to get those numbers up. That's going to help us a lot. I appreciate that very much.
Yes.
Welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb and Jack are here as well. Let's get some Ross thoughts.
It's weird. It's funny.
It was a potato sack race.
Sometimes it's Ross. spelled like sauce.
Maybe I'm 6.
It's Ross Thoughts.
Maybe I'm 7, could be 5 years old. It was a potato sack race, and I was about 5 years old, and it was one of the very few times that I remember my dad at any school function sober. So I go ahead. I'm trying to put on for this race, right? I'm killing it. I've never done a stupid ass potato sack race. You put yourself in the burlap sack and then you just hop around.
Right,
Then
yeah,
you
the
race the other
course.
kids. And so I'm going ahead, and it's like a 4-person team, and it's my time to go. I'm the third person to go. I remember every detail, Deb. And as I'm doing this potato sack race, I fall. I get up. I trip. I fall. I trip. I fall. And I fail hard. And after the race, this kid walks up to me and goes, "What are you, stupid?" And that was the first time that I started to cry embarrassingly. That was such
Ugly cry face?
Oh, dagger.
Is it just because? Is it because they were right? Or
It was.
You're gonna make him cry.
I'm not crying. It was the first time where someone just straight dunked on me and called me stupid.
It's just to be mean for the sole purpose of being mean.
Yeah.
That was it.
I didn't know that kids could do that, and I just remember getting hit by this spiritual Mack truck of emotions as soon as I heard that. And as a stereotypical child does, I ran to my dad and I cried on his electric blue golf slacks.
Oh man, he probably hated that.
I remember every detail, the crease and all.
Yeah.
I don't remember what he said, but I think he just held me and then I got done crying.
Yeah, trust nothing soaked into that nylon.
Yeah.
It rolled right off. You're fine. It basically was wearing a tarp.
So I go ahead, I share that because that's the first time that I can remember going like, even at a young age the next day, going like, why did I cry about that? Like, he didn't hurt me physically or anything.
Just words.
It was just words. And I really learned from that moment. And honestly, I don't think I've ever cried from an insult ever before, since. So another powerful cry that I've had. The first time I cried at a movie. I've shared this with you guys before. It was like 4 years ago. So our memory is on Olympic schedules. It's a wash.
Yeah.
We start all over again.
And if you're just tuning in, we're doing Soggy Thoughts.
Yeah, they're Sog Thoughts. Ugh. The first movie that I cried at was Simon Birch. I was a little kid.
Now, is that the dancer kid?
No,
Or is that the kid with
that's
the glasses?
Billy Elliot.
Oh, Billy. Okay. Yeah. Is that the kid with the head, the big, thick glasses, Simon Birch?
Is the one with the big, thick glasses.
Yeah.
And he was a little dwarf. He was a little human.
Right.
Thank you, Jim, because I was wondering the same thing. Is that the dancer kid?
No. Simon Birch was like this 2.5-foot child in this town that everyone picked up, that picked on him and stuff, and it made me feel for this little one.
The other one was a gay river dancer.
Yeah. So, and then in the movie, he accidentally takes out another child with a baseball incident.
Oh, no.
And my heart shattered when Simon Birch had his baseball incident. And I'm like in a movie theater and I'm crying on my mom's shoulder. And I'm like, why would they do? Why am I here? Like, why am I crying?
Why did you bring me here?
I was just so invested in little homie Simon Birch's, story. I lost it. I also cried a little bit. Jim, I know you've shared this. You remember the Olympic? This is the only commercial that made me well up.
Okay.
It was an Olympic commercial for an amputee chick. You remember the amputee Olympic commercial where it's really following the parent's story of supporting their daughter all the way up to the Olympics?
I do not remember that. My apologies.
Wrecked me.
Yeah. Do you guys remember that?
Not really.
Okay.
To be honest,
Vaguely.
A coin flip chance if she was an amputee. I'm pretty sure she was an amputee then.
Okay.
I think that was like
Oh, yes.
Do you remember?
Yes, I do.
Okay, look at that.
Yeah. She was, and she was a swimmer but it was like superimposed in the kitchen floor, and she was swimming.
Powerful stuff. I didn't think I could cry.
Still, no tears from Jack.
Oh man,
You don't know that?
I got emotional at the end of the Avatar ride.
I remember that.
Whoa.
Yeah, because you could feel the creature
ride.
breathing.
At
The
a
ride.
At a theme park ride?
At the ride, if you haven't been on it, on a couple of Eddies, get back to me when you have, because you're gonna get emotional. You're gonna feel happiness. It's just too beautiful for you not to be like, I'm so happy I'm alive. I'm just so happy I have a working pair of lungs.
Right.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Thank you, existence.
That's right. Being grateful there's nothing wrong with that.
But there has never been a cry in my life where my wife has looked at me and went, "Are you crying?"
Yeah.
Until this weekend.
Did I make the right choice? Did I say that out loud? I'm
How
sorry.
long is forever? And that movie,
It was it testing the bounds of this.
that movie was Wonka.
Oh, what?
You are not alone in that response.
The new Chalamet Wonka?
Yes.
The new Chalamet Wonka? Bruh.
Have you seen it, Jim?
I have not.
Nuked me.
Now, it's not a remake of the old one either, right?
No, it's a prequel.
It's a prequel, okay.
Oh, so magical.
Really?
It's so magical. And then that ending and everything, all of it, characters, costume design, acting. I felt like I was transported into this whimsical world. And then the ending happened, which was this beautifully paced storyline throughout the whole thing.
Yeah,
Not
don't give it away
spoiling.
because I almost watched it the other night with my wife, but we kind of backed out.
Oh, it's fantastic.
That ending just rocked me. And then my wife, when your wife looks at you, not everybody goes through this. I understand it's a very me thing. And she goes, are you crying?
And she's pregnant.
She's pregnant. She's the one.
She's emotional.
She's the one. She's supposed to be crying over this. And the worst part is I've never had to. When she asked me that, I immediately went into like protect yourself, don't be vulnerable mode, because like I don't want her to think that. So I started like hiding like a little bit. Like I put a pillow, I put my legs up, just like I put my legs up so she couldn't see my eyes.
Oh, you put up a cry wall?
Yeah, I put a little cry wall out.
Jimmy knew the name of it.
And then my dogs are running over to me like, what's wrong? I'm like, everything's so, I'm so happy for Wonka, man. It's like, he nailed that. That movie was so good. I'll die on that hill. I have no problem.
What streaming services?
You die on a lot of hills. by the way.
That's the only way to live. It's, I would say,
I think is it Max?
I want to say HBO. I think it's on Max.
Okay.
And it was, the worst part was, she looks at me and goes, are you crying? I hide. She knows I'm still crying.
She knows exactly.
And now she goes, are you hiding? I go, no. Then I unveil that I am, in fact, bawling. I am crying. And this is when I knew this was going to be Ross Thoughts. Because as soon as that whole exchange happened, I unveiled to her. I go, I thought this movie was great. And it's just really emotional. I wasn't expecting this ending to hit as hard as it did. I loved the ending. She was like, you just saw an Oompa Loompa like 15 minutes ago. And this is where you're at. She weaponized the existence of Oompa Loompas against me. Just because a movie has Oompa Loompas in it doesn't mean a man can't cry at it, right? Anyone?
Yeah, this is tough because they tell us we're supposed to be vulnerable.
Yes.
We're supposed to be emotionally available.
Yeah, but
we're supposed to be able to share.
But the minute you show it.
But you do it. Wait, are you crying?
Yeah. Who is this pussy I'm married to?
And then they shame you?
Yeah.
I feel for you, Ross. And just the fact that an Oompa Loompa was there, especially when you are on the path to fatherhood, you see everything through a different light. And when there are children, and they have been wronged, and things are finally going, that kid is going to get the life that they deserve.
Yeah.
And you are just welled up with emotion for that, hoping the same for your child. I feel you, bro.
Yeah, buddy. He's right. Because as you're having kids, I do not watch movies where kids are harmed. And for any reason, I will turn the movie off. If a kid is harmed or being abused, I will not watch it.
That Stanley Tucci movie about
That's right.
I couldn't. I'm like,
Hunger
no
Games?
thanks.
Oh, which
No.
one?
The Lovely Bones.
That's it. No, thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
What about the original?
The book was even worse, by the way.
What about the original Willy Wonka?
Yeah.
You had a kid eating chocolate, floating around. He didn't make
It's
it.
a fantasy movie. It's not the same.
I'm just saying.
It's not the same as Lovely Bones, where a girl gets addicted and put in a safe.
Might be the same as Wonka, though.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
It goes hard.
The only one that got me ever is when Jenny died in Forrest Gump. I mean,
did it really?
Dude, that killed me.
Whoa! Spoiler alert.
Killed her.
Yeah. When Jenny died, when
he's standing at her grave.
Oh my Jesus! Are you kidding?
And he has the letter for her from her son.
I'm yelling at the director. It's not fair.
Yeah. Hey, see, you're lucky that you didn't marry my wife, because my wife in that moment would have been like, "Are you crying right now?
Yeah.
You know he's special."
Also,
Oh, what does that have to do with anything?
He was just eating a box of chocolates.
Also, and then one other time was when Patrick Swayze ripped out the throat of Jimmy, which was the henchman in Roadhouse.
Ah.
But that was like a happy cry. So sick.
Just tried to get the worst possible reference. My apologies for it.
Nonetheless,
I cry at Moana.
Every time?
Yeah,
just about.
Okay, you know what? All right, I got one.
What?
Well, my first one was Brian's song.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
I think that's every guy's first one.
Yeah, right. Early 70s.
Yeah, I mean, come on. It's two buddies, you know.
Oh, the beginning and Up.
Yeah, the love scenes are great.
Oh, the beginning. I know.
I see your beginning of Up, and I raise you an ending of Coco. Mamacita.
Yeah. Oh, you've got me there.
All right,
Nonetheless, those are your Ross thoughts. I'm out.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us
Mama
at
Coco.
77.
Mama Coco. No!
Ray Trinley has to follow this.
I know, poor guy.
All right, our buddy Ray Trinley from TK Law is up next.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio at 7, it's a corporate time with Tom and Dan. Brought to you by Gringos Locos and Modern Plumbing Industries. At 9 p.m., it's Real Laughs with comedians James, Miguel, Ken, and Mike. And Real Music starts tonight at 10 on Real Radio 104.1.
Delays continue this afternoon on I-4 for drivers in the Orlando area. Things are especially slow by the major attractions exits. However, drivers can expect an easier ride east and westbound on the 408. Traffic is also moving well on the major toll roads on the Beach Line and the Greenway. If you run into traffic problems today, make sure you call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Direct Auto. Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. With a super low down payment, you can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com. Down payments vary, does not mean savings. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by JustCallMo.com. Injured on the go? JustCallMo.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Embark on a journey through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical.
However, though, he probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tools Ace Hardware carries the best brands in grills from Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Napoleon. They also have pizza ovens from Uni and Gosney. And make sure everyone has a place to sit with outdoor furniture from Polywood. And now they have a service technician specializing in grills to help with any repair or warranty issues. Get free assembly and local delivery on any backyard purchase, $3.99 and up. It's Tools Ace, 13 convenient locations in Central Florida, including their new store in Hamlin, just open. Or you can shop online at acehardware.com. Get that free in-store pickup or delivery. It's Tools Ace, your local helpful place.
Here's a top move for hiring a divorce attorney. See how they look and handle themselves on video or audio. Chances are that's them at their best, with editing, setup, and multiple takes. The courtroom is live. Mediation is live. Make sure your divorce lawyer is going to make you look good. At Trenley Kramer Law, we handle family law and divorce. TK Law, one firm for life.com.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Get ready for a toll-free hotline. Take advantage of new IRS tax forgiveness programs that may protect you from IRS collection agencies. They have the power to garnish your wages, put liens on your property, and levy your bank account. Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
Just call 800-506-5803. 800-506-5803. Don't wait. Call now. 800-506-5803. 800-506-5803.
Sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, runny nose, postnasal drip, interrupted sleeping. I was groggy at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion were making Jana miserable. Then, a friend recommended Navage. Navage provides immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Navage helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
Navage gave me instant relief. I didn't have to wait 30 minutes. I didn't have to wait an hour, 90 minutes. I didn't have to wait a minute. I ran the rinse and I felt better.
Stop suffering from congestion and start breathing and feeling your best again with Navage. Navage.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like 24/7 comedy.
Men don't settle down. We surrender. Women, we never express the emotions we're actually feeling, right? I'm fine means I'm about to stab you in the neck.
Clips from today's top comedians and the greatest of all time.
Donut hole. If you want a donut, have a donut. Why are you eating the hole?
When you need a laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
You can actually change the station.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
This hour of programming is brought to you by My Home Builders Network. Need new windows? Then you need Mike and his team at HBNUSA.com.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show, also available to watch. Yeah, at The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Ross, this is Doreen, and I felt the same way. I was so surprised how great that movie was, and I was more surprised I cried. I cry a lot, but I didn't expect to cry at that one. And that movie gave me the Greatest Showman vibes. So if you haven't seen that, that's another good one. But yes, I cried at Willy Wonka. Love you guys.
Love you too, baby. Thank you so much for your call. 407-916-1041. That's what they call a talkback. You can leave one as well if you have an opinion for the show. We love to hear them. Download the iHeartRadio app. Once you get it, go to Real Radio. You'll see a microphone right there. Send it on down the line. They'll even let you edit it until it sounds exactly like you want to sound on the air. Again, that's just simply get the iHeartRadio app. Go to Real Radio once you get it. Use that microphone, and you can record your very own talkback. Send it to Jack, and we'll put it on the air. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb, Jack, and Ross are here as well on every single Monday. Right around 6:20, we invite this guy. He runs TK Law right there in Altamont Springs. OneFirmForLife.com. Good and loud for our friend Ray Trenley.
Yay! Greatest Showman got me too.
Big Daddy, what's up?
Has anybody complimented your T-shirt today?
Mine?
Yeah.
No one said a word about the great Black Rooster Taqueria, which is, in my
phenomenal.
opinion. In my opinion. Yeah. I don't know that you could get better than that.
Ate it last night.
Did you really?
Yeah.
And being paired up right next to Guest House. I mean, what a brilliant move.
You can't lose there. I will tell you, for me, it's Joe Creech and the guys from Black Rooster do the best. So it's Hunger Street and Black Rooster set the tone for the good tacos in town.
You're not wrong. That's a great shirt. Very powerful. Love it.
Very good. I mean, and they're wonderful people as well. And everything is there good. I mean, you go there and get tacos, that's fine. But there's so many things off the menu, like off the taco menu, that are so freaking good.
Their ceviche is phenomenal, but I will award this as the GOAT tres leches I've ever had. I'm a huge Spanish sweet guy.
Uh-huh.
That's the best.
Bro,
I don't think I've had that before.
Let me hit you with one. I haven't had their tres leches, and I am not a connoisseur of, but I'm not far from it. It is my favorite dessert.
Really?
Tres leche, because if it's made right, it's really not that sweet. And I like desserts that aren't that sweet that complement coffee.
And it's soaked. Oh,
let me hit you with this. If you want the singular best cup of this I've ever had in my life, and can I tell you, it's not even, there's nobody within 100 miles of this. Go during Christmas and get their Mexican hot chocolate.
Yep.
You will never in your life have a cup of hot chocolate like this.
All right, we got to do a reminder for
Buddy,
me.
I'm telling
Next
you,
Christmas.
it is.
Set it in your phone.
It is so good.
Let's start with November 1.
How you doing, buddy? How was your weekend?
My weekend was very good. I took the kids out in the canoe, and we went down Wekiva Springs.
Nice.
And just putzed around a little bit.
That's a
and
very nice run there.
I got my knees nice and sunburnt.
Yeah.
Everybody else put sunscreen on, like smart people. My wife did. The
Like
kids did.
Floridians?
Yeah. I'm just going out there with my short shorts and got baked on my knees.
Well, the reason I'm not in the skin cancer ward today is because I lather myself down in sunscreen before I out and play golf. Or not, it would be misery.
Well, I've adopted the straw hat type philosophy.
There you go.
So, I forget, there's other parts of my body that see the sun when I'm wearing this big straw hat, including my knees and my toes. And,
I have the best golfer stand of all time right now. Like, it looks like I'm wearing tan socks with hair.
That's awesome.
That's what it looks like.
That's awesome.
So, other than that, what's going on? Anything all right?
Everything is good. Lawyer world is good. Work world is good. Family world, everybody's doing well. Nobody's flooded my house recently, or my storage unit, or my office, or any of the other things that happened 2 weeks ago.
How'd that turn out, by the way? Did you get it all out there? Was it as bad as they say, or was it worse, or did you lose anything?
I didn't lose anything, but it was a huge mess and a lot of work and a lot of, words I can't use on the air.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a lot
man.
of that.
Well, it sucks because last week you had to leave here and then go work all night to get that stuff out of your storage unit where you store that stuff, and then go back to lawyer in the next day.
Yeah, the very next morning, and I was super chipper. Let me just tell you how excited I was to be at the office. I was. People were like, "Oh, you're in a good mood." I'm like, "Not even a little bit." So,
Well,
if you got bad news, save it for Wednesday.
Ray is the T in the TK Law, Trinley, of course. Office is right there in Altamont Springs. It's onefirmforlife.com if you're looking for them. Many disciplines of law. Personal injury stuff for sure. Of course, divorce, estate settlements, everything in between. And matter of fact, if you have a situation, these guys can find an attorney for you if they don't have one in house. And this thing that you want to talk about today is actually kind of interesting. And I read this a few weeks back that Meta is now killing. There used to be a misinformation analysis tool, I guess, that they used that basically would scan post on Facebook and look for certain words or look for certain phrases or certain somethings, and then I guess going to kind of flag that as misinformation or tag that so that the reader knows that what's in this particular post may need to be researched. Is that
right? Yeah. So the app was called CrowdTangle, and it was a data analysis tool that used artificial intelligence to try to identify and flag potential disinformation. And obviously we have the Russian plot to interfere with the elections in 2016. We have COVID-19 and people that were for and against using vaccines. We have the January 6th stuff, and it's really been kind of the focal point of a lot of these election conversations has been what to do with some of these applications and these social media companies that are using these tools to maybe lock down some information. And the timing is just really interesting. So,
you mind if I interrupt for a second?
Go ahead.
I want to make sure that I have this right. So basically what Meta is doing is they're killing this. They're not going to allow that anymore. And I'm guessing one of the reasons why is because they think it's an infringement of First Amendment rights. Like they believe that they should be able to put up, and Meta doesn't want to get caught in the middle of censoring one political side more than the other. Is that it or no?
Yeah, so they haven't really given a reason why.
Okay.
Which again why the timing becomes suspicious.
Right.
Is because they're planning on killing this tool by August 14th. But it's also on the heels of a Supreme Court oral argument over whether or not the government can jawbone these social media companies and encourage them to in fact do this.
But they do it with newspapers. That's the thing that I don't understand, right? They do this with newspapers, right?
All the time.
Like, you cannot lie. You cannot knowingly lie as a newspaper or as a legitimate news outlet. That is against
libel, right?
Yeah, that's libel, right?
Exactly. So, but what you're seeing is, I think what you're seeing is these social media companies are trying to further separate themselves from this concept or this idea that they're just like news agencies, that they're just like a newspaper, that they've got the responsibility of going through this information. Because I think maybe that was some of the structure that was in their mind when they created these platforms. But I think they're trying to separate themselves. And obviously, August 14th, it's right there at the beginning of the election cycle. The Supreme Court is determining whether or not they want, or that the government has the ability to encourage these social media companies, whether that's a restriction on free speech. And just the timing is very suspiciously odd, right? That all these things are happening, and Meta says, yeah, you know what, we're going to kill this. And by the way, we're no longer going to allow access to journalists or the public for being able to use this same tool. Because that was another feature that was very interesting, is that there are certain members that you could sign up for CrowdTangle, and you could check the information and see, does this get flagged for misinformation?
Right.
And they're saying we're taking that feature away too.
Right.
Which again, to me, it kind of symbolizes that they don't want to be seen as somebody who is actually trying to analyze that information.
Yeah, because that makes you a news agency.
Right.
At that point, when you're trying to verify truth in a statement that's made anywhere. I mean, specifically, whether it be by a politician, whether it be by whatever, but what they're trying to do is negotiate what is and what isn't, and they're doing that. Again, I guess, I don't know, you can tell me. Meta doesn't have the best reputation across the board for a lot of this stuff because of the things we know about how they allowed certain information to get through to certain people that probably shouldn't have had that information, but they just simply don't want to be the arbiter of truth, is what it sounds like to me, right?
Yeah, and I think creating that line of separation too, because what I think is, and again, this is something we've talked about recently, is we talk about Section 230 of the Communication Decency Act, and how, generally speaking, these internet providers are going to be immune from liability. But every single time one of these cases comes up before the Supreme Court or before one of these higher courts where we're getting analysis of what the oral argument is, they're always asking, well, isn't this a public square? Isn't this just like public communication? And I think that maybe because the question keeps being asked, that there's a concern that if we keep treating it the same way we would treat a news organization for like a newspaper, that we might be eventually subject to some kind of liability for maybe having the wrong information.
Sure, yeah. According to Facebook. I made this decision according to Facebook.
Right. Well, and then
or Meta or whatever.
Well, the other thing that's concerning, right, is again, they've got these tools, but they also have these algorithms that say the more you search on whatever the topic is, the more you're going to get that in your feed.
Yeah.
And so then you have this echo chamber of opinions. And so I think the writing is on the wall for these social media companies. I think they recognize that their liability is not going to be, they're going to be immune from liability forever. And I think they're going to start taking these actions to kind of separate themselves to say, oh, well, we don't have that. That's not a feature. We don't, we couldn't afford it or whatever. It wasn't reliable, whatever the reason is. Therefore, we can't be liable for what people post and say on our sites.
It kind of seems like they added that, and it shows, at least when they started adding that feature, that made me go, okay, so you guys are acknowledging that it's your responsibility.
Or at least, well, possibly.
Or that you're trying.
Right, or they've accepted the responsibility,
yeah,
right?
And now when you pull that effort away and they go, no, we're kind of going to go back to the Wild West. It makes me go like, all right, so you guys showed me your cards and now you're trying to hide them again?
Right, yeah. Now, we run a disclaimer. Every show that comes on the air, we run a disclaimer for this station saying that what we say on the air is not reflective of what iHeart may or may not believe. Right? Now, and that still does not exonerate them from us saying something stupid and getting the company in trouble. But we also bear personal liability to that. That's been a big change over the last 10, 15 years in this business. Back in the day, it was just the company that bore the responsibility of one of their personalities or employees saying something dumb on the air, slandering someone, libeling someone, or breaking the FCC rules. And that's where this is where this is interesting. We are still bound by a set of rules that's a government agency of things we cannot say or do. So I don't understand then. So and we are a broadcast company, we bear a certain responsibility to broadcast. Now, we know that a lot of people have skated that. Fox News, MSNBC have played loose with some of that stuff as they kind of toe the line from either side. But Fox is pretty egregious. Matter of fact, we have receipts on that those people behind the scenes were knowingly lying to their audience for the sake of gaining more listeners.
Right.
And they paid the price for it, $700 million. But how and why can they logically separate those two from social media companies? I don't understand that, because we're bound by the FCC. I can't get on the air and just start yelling the F word. I can't say somebody in a business in town that I don't like the owner of is a terrible business and blah, 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 and try to ruin this guy's business. There are repercussions for that for me and for everybody on the air. How does that not apply to social media? Is it just because the company itself isn't making but I'm not, it's the same thing. iHeart isn't saying this. I'm just leased by iHeart to say stuff into this mic to gain an audience. It's the same thing that happens on social. How is that even possible?
The law just hasn't caught up yet. I mean, that's the speed at which social media has taken off since 2000 and when did you say 1999? I think is when we said Facebook was started.
It was 2009 for me is when Facebook hit smartphones, where you might see someone from the future go back there and be like, no, it does not end well.
But the law has not caught up to where these social media companies are with one liability, because that's really, in a black and white sense, that's the only way you can regulate anything.
So if I get on the air and say, do not do business with Ray Trenley, he's a crook.
But there's no consequence.
But there's no consequence for that, because that's just my opinion.
Right. Then nothing's going to stop you, right? Conceptually.
Right. Because there's no repercussions.
Right. But once there's a law that imposes a liability, then there's control, right? Because at that point, you say that, now you have some responsibility, some liability, and you might be financially held accountable when I lose all my business because you say I'm a crook, right? And so the law hasn't moved that fast. And maybe it's a hesitancy because nobody wants to be the guy or the gal that says, hey, we need to hold these social media companies accountable.
So in that context, let's say there was somebody I did business with and they did a terrible job, right? And I go into social media and I say, whatever you do not do business with this company, A, B, C, 3, whatever the case may be, right? And I just blast that out there. And it even could be true. Maybe part of it could be true. Some of it could be maybe not exactly the truth. If that person who I tweeted that about or posted that about can prove that post or tweet cost them business, they can take me to court for that and sue me.
Under the traditional theories of defamation, absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah. But let's say that I create an AI bot that generates 100 personalities every single day, and that same bot or, that same message, right, Ray's a crook, gets disseminated against 100 different profiles every single day, and it's all...
No way to stop it.
No way to stop it.
No way to stop it.
And the social media companies aren't absorbing any responsibility because there's nobody that said they're responsible for getting rid of these bots or for regulating this type of speech.
And every single time legislation tries to get introduced to this, it gets killed.
It just disappears.
It just disappears.
Yeah.
It gets banned.
What lobby would do that?
Well, it's the financial incentive to keep it the way it is, right? Keep it the Wild West.
So basically the lobby of Meta, the lobby of Twitter or X, the lobby of Snapchat, the lobby of Instagram, which would be Facebook and Meta, all of those people lean on...
Don't tell them the truth.
Absolutely. Well, and the other thing is, too, because a lot of these companies have incorporated in states that are very technology friendly, like California, in Colorado...
up in the Northeast,
and
the technology comes from there. I got you.
Yeah. But they don't respond to subpoenas either. So these remember the Facebook Live shootings and things like that. Nobody can get access to that stuff, and so part of it is because again, nobody wants the regulators say that these companies that are private companies, and to that point,
but the government regulates private companies all the time.
All the time.
All the time. This company is regulated by the government.
Absolutely.
It's not a private company, but at one point we worked for a company that was Paxton Broadcasting. It was a private company regulated by the FCC.
But it's
car makers regulated by the airplane makers regulated by the government.
It's an industry that made the youngest billionaires.
Yep. Alcohol regulated by the government.
Overnight.
Yep.
Overnight, and they know how to protect it. They are throwing a ton of money into protecting those rights, and so. It is really interesting, just the timing of Meta's announcement. Obviously, the Supreme Court is reviewing a similar issue.
And boy, Trump is hot on Meta right now. But
we are in the election cycle.
He has focused his energy on hating on Meta. If you go to his Trump social thing or his True Social thing, one of his big messages is right now he is anti-Meta, says it's terrible for the country, wants it shut down. So I don't know what they did to him. Is this part of that? Like if they shut down the ideas that people who support him can get it out there? And this is not an anti-Trump message. I'm just saying this is his big thing now. Is he's focused on Meta and Facebook, like specifically. And I guess maybe it has to do with this.
Well, and an interesting idea would be is if they think that Trump may win the election, maybe they're trying to get in line before he gets president, so that way they avoid some of that.
The retribution.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that is the case, but it's an interesting correlation there because, again, all this timing-wise is happening at the same time. And I don't think that the courts are the place where laws should be figured out and where these decisions should be figured out. We want our legislatures and the people that we are voting and putting in that position to be making these laws and making these decisions. But unfortunately, have a lot of really gummed up legal precedent because we're figuring it out.
The language is too sketchy, buddy. I mean, you and I have talked about it. The language is so sketchy that you need a court or legal professionals to sift through it to make sure it's even constitutional a lot of times, whether it be state or federal.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, like, comment, and share if you disagree.
All right. Hey, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Sit right there, my friend.
I'm not going anywhere.
All right. Load them up. We'll do last call right after this. We have 3 lines open, 407-916-1041. And we'll do You Heard It Here First. That's all next right here on The Jim Colbert Show.
Got something to say?
Smoke weed every day.
Thank you, Barney.
Call now, 407-916-1041. Last call, sponsored by Life Imaging FLA. Now open. Call pound 250, keyword free heart scan.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Ian Cassette with your Central Florida forecast. Rain will come to an end here this evening, or at least any isolated shower storm. Into the night, much cooler as a front pushes through will lead to a low of 49 degrees with cool temperatures all day long, a high of 66 degrees with plenty of sunshine. We'll see more sunshine through midweek with highs in the mid-70s. As we get to the end of the week, a Gulf system could bring rain by Friday. For the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Ian Cassette.
This report is sponsored by Marco's Pizza. Try Marco's new cheesy melty Pizzoli for free when you purchase 1 large or extra large menu price pizza. 1 free fully loaded handheld Pizzoli with your Marco's Pizza. Order this slam dunk deal before the clock runs out. Limited time only. Limit 2 per order. See store or marcos.com for details.
Let's get you that new bathroom courtesy of Rebath of Mid-Florida. These guys are easy to find. The showroom is 436 in Altamont, right across from Kobe. And here's the thing. When you walk in, you're going to see some bathroom models. Now, the first thing you don't need to do is think, well, I'll just take number 4. That looks like it'll fit in my house, and it looks good enough. That's not it. Those models are there only to show you what the products look like. In other words, different sink setups with different toilets or tubs or tiles or different lighting and cabinetry. That way you can get an idea of what Rebath can do for you. Another way you could do that is just go to rebathmidfla.com and look at the before and afters. Guys, what you're going to see is craftsmanship and beautiful products, including natural stone like travertine and marble, all custom put in, no grout lines, none of that. And even better, when you're looking for reliability and you're looking for integrity, they've got that covered because here's the deal. You know the blue and the orange stores, the one that do the DIY stuff? Rebath is who installs all their bathrooms. If they can trust Rebath, you can certainly trust Rebath. Hop online today. Like I said, check out the before and afters and then book your appointment. Find out what they can do for you and get ready for the most beautiful bathroom you've ever seen. It's Rebath, midfla.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Tommy Mello here, owner of A1 Garage Door Service. Springtime savings are here, and now is the perfect time to service your garage. A1 is also your one call for garage floors and garage storage. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. Cracked or worn out bottom rubbers and seals expose your garage door to bugs and other pests, dirt, debris, and cold air. A1 Garage Door Service can replace old bottom rubber and seals in no time. And don't forget about all the moving parts of a garage door system. Wheels get old, cables fray, grease runs out, and tracks move, putting excessive wear and tear on your garage door system. Don't wait until there's a problem. Call A1 Garage Door Service for all of your garage door needs. Call today and take advantage of our $29.95 tune-up special. Because the garage door is the smile of your home, don't wait. Call A1 Garage Door Service and you'll be smiling today.
A1Garage.com, A1 from day one.
Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. We've even created a free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Knowing the value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home, your equity portfolio, or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance, and then get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Visit abacuspays.com to learn more and use our free policy value calculator today.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
Main Office, Orlando.
As we wonder why school shootings keep happening, someone is lashing out at loved ones. As we argue about legislation, someone is posting threats on social media. As we continue to mourn the loss of innocent lives, someone is planning the death of more. Knowing the signs is the best way to prevent gun violence. Learn the signs at sandyhookpromise.org.
Don't miss TK Law. Trendley Kramer Law calls every Monday at 6:20 on The Jim Colbert Show. Ray Trendley and the Colbert crew will be discussing all things law and not law on a variety of topics, from the latest legal news to the best new movies. Real Radio is on Instagram at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
We now return to The Jim Colbert Show.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Thanks so much for tuning in today. We appreciate that, guys. Got another big show coming up for you tomorrow. What'd you do that's new? We'll go over my choice and get into what Deb has to offer. And then, of course, we'll talk to our friend Scott Brown. It's Only Money. We'll do that around 5:20 or so, plus your calls, texts, and talkbacks. More tickets to see Orlando City soccer and all kinds of fun and laughs all day long. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Deb is here.
Hello.
And Jack. And Ross.
It's true.
Ray Turnley sticks around for this last segment. We do have three lines open for last call. If you want to grab one of those, 407-916-1041. That's 407-916-1041. Let's do You Heard It Here first.
Okay.
It's time for You Heard It Here First on The Jim Colbert Show.
That wonky transition. I got to do a better job, I bet.
No, not at all. This just gives us a chance to cover some of the stories that have broke while we've been on the air and didn't cover in woke news. So let's kick it off with Congress needs to pass legislation to avoid a partial government shutdown at the end of the week.
I thought they just did that.
Yep. Funding runs out at midnight Friday for 6 annual spending bills. Congressional leaders are hoping to wrap up negotiations soon for the 6-measure spending package, but Differences remain over how to fund the Department of Homeland Security as lawmakers and the White House are at odds over how to tackle the border and immigration.
I'm going to start doing that. Jack, if I don't get X amount of X, I'm going to shut down. So see you in 2 weeks.
I'm not buying you X.
Sports Illustrated is avoiding its shutdown with a new publishing deal. Minute Media will now publish the magazine. The Arena Group, which published the magazine since 2019, stopped paying Authentic Brands Group its licensing fee for publishing rights back in January. Authentic owns Sports Illustrated's intellectual property rights. Arena told staffers at the time most would get laid off, but now Minute will continue the print edition of the magazine and expand its digital future. Minute Media is a sports-focused company that publishes other brands, including the Players Tribune.
Wow.
And finally, apparently, reclusive exercise guru Richard Simmons is not actually dying. He sparked concern when he posted on Facebook Monday, quote, "Please don't be sad. I am dying," end quote. The 75-year-old would not say what he's dying from, but did add, quote, "Hug those people and children who you really care for. A big hug really goes a long way," end quote. Now his camp says, no, he's fine. And the Facebook post was meant to inspire people to treat each day as a gift. Simmons became a household name and multimillionaire back in the 1980s with his fitness videos and books. A very weird man. We interviewed him when I worked at Excel.
He's a nut.
He loved Johnny Magic, and he loved to sit on his lap in his little thin shorts.
Oh, did he really?
He became the subject of a TMZ documentary after he vanished from the public eye around 2014, but a police investigation confirmed he had not fallen prey to any foul play.
No, I think it was Letterman that ran him out of the business, right? Remember how mean Letterman was to him? And he said he never got over that.
Really?
Yeah, I think Letterman was brutal to him for some reason or whatever.
Well, you heard it here first on the Jim Colbert Show.
Thanks, Deb. I appreciate that.
Of course.
We still have two lines open for last call. If you want to grab one of those, 407-916-1041. Jack, who do we have? Or excuse me, Deb, who do we have to thank today?
Well, we want to thank the friendly attorney Ray Trendley from TK Law, onefirmforlife.com. Also want to thank Brandon Kravitz from our sister station, FM 96.9 The Game. And last but never least, Sam Bowen and Candace Rich for running our YouTube
Thanks,
chat.
guys. Appreciate that as always. Jack, question of the day?
Absolutely. We asked how many people have a sewing machine in their home?
Good Lord. 18%.
Anyone else want to take a guess?
42%.
52.
39.
There you go, Ray. It is actually 40%.
God
Yay,
almighty.
Ray.
It's got to be decorative. There's no way they're using them.
Mine is.
Yeah, for sure. Ross, stand up.
Yes, at the end of the month, March 30th, I'm going to be out in Ocala at the Marion Theater. You can get your tickets for the 8 o'clock show at rosscomedy.com.
Very nice. All right, let's get the last call here. Annie. Last call, Annie.
Hi.
Hi.
Is this about the joke? Like, you want a joke?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Why do women have two sets of lips?
No, Annie, I can't. There's no
Yeah,
way.
we can't.
I love you, honey. There's no way I can let you do that.
That would get us in trouble.
Sorry. Big T, last call.
Hey, I just want to say a big thank you to Jack and everything he did to help out the News Junkie for Just Okay. It was another amazing year. Please, Jack, make him do it again next year. And Ross, once again, congrats on being a dad, dude.
There you go. All right. Big
Yay.
T. Prince of the Island, last call.
Hey, Jimmy, Jack, and Bobs, and Ray Trenney. Ray Trenney, I had a conversation with my wife. I'm coming to see you about a will.
Let's
Jack,
do it.
I missed you at the News Junkie, Just Okay. And Ray Trenney, I'm trying to sue a company that only made hot stuff for white people, but nothing for black people. Are you interested to help me on that one?
I'll help you out with any legal issues you've got.
I don't even. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, Prince. I appreciate that very much.
Tainted and unclean.
That's
I
the
love
name
that.
of his hot sauce.
It's good to have you working here, Jock.
Jacques.
Mike, last call.
I'm furious. Andy stole my joke. At any rate, this is Mike Buzzer Larson here. Trying to keep your mic hot. Have you heard what a Chinese lumberjack does, Ray?
Here we go.
I have not.
He chops sticks.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. I
Give
would
him
rather
two.
hear Annie's two lips joke.
Oh.
I didn't think that was that offensive.
Party mom, take us home. Last call.
So since tomorrow is the first day of spring, I just have a really quick question.
How did the tree feel in the spring?
I don't know. How did the tree feel in the spring?
It felt relieved, Jim. Relieved.
Oh, good
It's a
one.
thinker.
All right, it is a thinker there. All right,
What was
let's get
your
the hell out of
FCAT score?
It's Ray Trinley's TK Law, onefirmforlife.com. If you want to find them online, office is right there in Altamont Springs. Like I said, any discipline of legal aspects, he's got you covered there. And a good dude with a great tie.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Again, that's onefirmforlife.com. Let's get the hell out of here. On behalf of Deb, Jack, Ross, and everybody, Ray, I'm Jim. We follow the News Junkie. They follow the monsters in the morning. After us, it's Tom and Dan with the Corporate Time and our friends from Real Laughs. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 for more of the Jim Colbert Show. Until then, have yourself a fantastic Monday evening.
Good night. Don't forget, dress warm tomorrow. Bye.
Lord have mercy.
A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan is coming up next on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Shop the best quality jewelry and lowest price. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Still seeing a bit of slow traffic on I-4 this evening in the Orlando area for those traveling between the Beach Line and 535, as well as between US 27 and the 429. Traffic up to speed so far north and southbound on Florida's Turnpike. Things are also up to speed east and westbound for those taking the 408. If you see traffic problems tonight, make sure to call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Warehouse of Kissimmee.
Your tax refund goes even farther at Mattress Warehouse. Save up to 60% plus get 0% interest financing and free next day delivery. Come in sleepy, leave happy, and save more. Only at Mattress Warehouse. Use code REFUND to save an additional 10%.
In this week's Marketers Report, Chris Brandt, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio.
We've used audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
O'Reilly. Stop by the new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Orlando on Curry Ford Road next to Winn-Dixie. Now through March 26th for the grand opening sale. Right now, spend $20 on select Armor All car care products and get $5 back after rebate. Plus, get 3 times O Rewards points on select Seafoam products, which means you can reach your next $5 reward even faster. Visit your new O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Seminole Hard Rock Tampa is excited to bring you live craps, roulette, and sports betting. All under one roof, hotter than the Florida sun. Feel the luck of the dice, watch the roulette wheel spin, and scream for your touchdown as the big screen comes alive. Dine like a rock star. Sip cocktails that shimmer. Then dive into the heart of Las Vegas right here in Tampa Bay. Live craps, roulette, sports betting is here. Get in on the action now. Only at Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Tampa. Located off of I-4 near I-75. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Enjoying the News Junkie? You've probably heard a ton of injury attorney commercials. But if you are injured and need a lawyer, who's the right lawyer for you? That's why we offer our 30-day risk-free trial. If you are not 100% satisfied with the way we treat you and your case within the first 30 days, you can take your file back and you owe us nothing. No fees, no costs, and no questions asked. Injured on the go? JustCallMo.com. Go to JustCallMo.com. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war in term life. Industry rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call for a free quote today. 800-200-2250. That's 800-200-2250. Don't wait. Call 800-200-2250. 800-200-2250. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Get ready for a toll-free hotline. Take advantage of new IRS tax forgiveness programs that may protect you from IRS collection agencies. They have the power to garnish your wages, put liens on your property, and levy your bank account. Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
Just call 800-506-5803. 800-506-5803. Don't wait. Call now. 800-506-5803. 800-506-5803.
For all your windows and doors, go to FASWD.com. That's FASWD.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios.
Why Kaufman and Lind?
Because your case matters. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone.
This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan is brought to you by our friends at Gringos Locos. They have the best tacos in town, and you're going to love them. Go to gringoslocos.com.
And Modern Plumbing Industries, 10% off if you mention Tom and Dan. That's modernpi.com.
Now, enjoy the show.
Live from the Injured on the Go Just Call Mo studio.
It's a blast!
It's Orlando's own Tom and Dan.
Ground floor, lobby, going up.
Hey, should we have an intervention with Cadillac Pat? And finally, you got to grow up.
You got to buy a pair of loafers.
Yeah. You got to put some business slacks on.
You got to stop wearing the starter jackets. This is not 93.
You can't be all Homer Simpson watches and ridiculous razzmatazz.
69th floor, penthouse, corporate offices, studio.
It's a Corporate Time with Tom and Dan.
Tonight on a Corporate Time with Tom and Dan. Tom and Dan welcome 90s superhero Cadillac Pat to the program. And here they are, the Michael Jordan and Allen Iverson of radio. Tom and Dan.
Welcome to a Corporate Time with Tom and Dan. I'm Tom.
I am Dan. Samantha, our producer's here. Hello, Sam.
See, Daniel, what you did there is would be the equivalent to Ronald asking Bozo why everybody's making fun of his shoes, and then Bozo saying, I don't know, I don't get it either. You see what I'm
He's
saying?
making fun of both of us because we like to have fun with our wardrobe.
Yes, exactly.
I happen to have on my Atlanta Braves new era. These are this is a Christmas gift for my family.
Like $60.
Yeah, these are. I think this was $78.
Oh.
If I'm just being real.
But do you see what
Chef
I'm saying here, though?
Yeah.
When you're asking Cadillac Pat, like, I don't
do you like
understand
my chef pants?
Yeah,
and he's dressed like a bozo. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, you have to ask the guy in the business suit, or another person.
I understand. I apologize.
Cadillac Pat's here. How you doing?
What's up, gang? What's up? What's going on? How we doing?
What's going on, Cadillac Pat?
Good to see you guys.
I'm a little sad, Pat. I went to go see you the other day. We were doing Disney trivia, and you didn't help me win. You got to help me cheat.
Oh, my God.
Pat,
we were
come
so busy. I could not even
Yeah.
have a moment to help you guys.
How's bartending?
It's go.